All right, guys, it's not time yet, but everyone get hyped up to defend Western imperialism. Everyone get your jams going, okay? Soon we start. Good morning, everyone. I am happy to announce that as the sun rises on this beautiful day, Western hegemony remains untouched. We are still stronger than Yemen. What's up? It is cold today. It's like 12 degrees outside. And whenever you say something like that, some Minnesota fuck is going to be like, oh, 12 degrees. That's only 20 degrees below freezing, don't you know? Oh, that sounds like a balmy summer's midday. Oh, boat time. We got weather that nice over here, don't you say? Don't you think, Marla? Like fuck you. It's cold. It's actually 9 degrees here in Minnesota. Fucking impression Olympics. Wow, that accent. Don't Minnesotans tend to talk like Canadians? Isn't that a thing? A bit? Okay. That was close enough. Okay, yeah. I'm in the ballpark. I'm in the ballpark. Vosh, let's hear why bombing countries resisting genocide is based in freedom pilled. Yeah, if only the Houthis were actually resisting genocide, That'd be pretty cool, I guess. Guys, great news. According to the Houthis themselves, despite the United States and UK launching 73 strikes on Yemen last night, we didn't kill a single civilian. Not one. That's according to the Houthis, by the way. If they revise that, that's on them. A Houthi military spokesperson said 73 strikes had killed 5 of the group's fighters and wounded 6 others. No civilians mentioned. Love that American intel. Our precision satellites. How the fuck did we manage to not giga murder a billion civilians? Because we're not just randomly firing missiles into apartment blocks like Russia or Israel. We're targeting like airfields and stuff, hangars, military targets. Like, the Houthis aren't like Hamas. They're not like a group of insurgents hiding out in a broader civilian population. The Houthis have like a functional military, air bases, airfields. They have like military targets that can be struck. And we have the best intel on Earth. So, if anyone's going to strike them precisely, it'd be us. U.S. Navy on Friday warned American flag vessels to stay out of areas around Yemen and the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden for the next 72 hours, after the U.S. and Britain launched multiple airstrikes because the Houthis have threatened to retaliate, obviously. Killed at least 5 people, wounded 6. Strikes took aim at more than 60 targets in 16 different locations across Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. Since November, the rebels have repeatedly targeted ships in the Red Sea, saying they were avenging Israel's offensive in Gaza against Hamas, but they have frequently targeted vessels with tenuous or no clear links to Israel, imperiling shipping in a key route for global trade and energy shipments. Neat. Their spokesperson said that these attacks will not go unanswered or unpunished. New missile attack off Yemen. So the missile was fired towards the ship some 90 miles southeast of Aden, Yemen, while the ship was being followed by 3 small vessels. The shipmaster reported missiles landing in the water 400 to 500 meters away, but they caused no injury or damage. Most accurate Iranian-backed Islamist insurgency missile strikes. Half a kilometer off. Nice try, Bucko. You've been bad, Houthis. You've been bad. You may have missed, but you've still been bad. Time for another 5 million missiles fired in your territory with fucking pinpoint precision. Oh, there is some interesting news over here. I think it was at the bottom of this article that I skimmed while I was in the shower. Was it here? It seems that an attack has been launched from Iran at a ship near the Indian Ocean. Here we go. Meanwhile, the U.S. Navy acknowledged attack days earlier on a ship at the far reach of the Indian Ocean, an attack that may signal Iran's willingness to strike vessels as part of a wider maritime conflict. I didn't know this. Apparently, this attack has been linked, like the drone that fired at it came from Iranian territory. I saw more info on this. I thought it was in that article, but maybe it wasn't. I think it'd be cool if I could get more info on that. That went great for Iran last time. Yeah, I can't wait to glass Iran. Iran Indian Ocean ship attack. Tanker hit off Indian coast by drone. Oh. This is the older one. This was the one. Okay. This is the one from December 24th. They're referring to one from like 2.5 weeks ago, not a more recent one. Okay. It would have been nice if they'd attached a date to that bit on the article because I assumed that they were referring to like a new one. You know. Okay. Well, it was an Iranian missile. No, it was a one-way drone. Uh, so basically a missile. Yeah. Oh, old news. Then I doubt Iran's doing shit after that. I don't think that Iran is going to like maintain a policy of piracy. That would be pretty bad for them for a variety of reasons. Um, yeah, but does the missile condemn? I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does. Anyway, people are being about as insane about this as you would expect them to. I'm seeing a bunch of Nazi accounts on Twitter acting as though they've been longstanding supporters of the Houthis in Yemen for years now. You know, anything to polarize them against Israel. I tweeted about it and people predictably got mad at me. Are there non-Nazi accounts on Twitter? No. Didn't Houthis hit another Russian oil carrier? I don't know if they hit another one. They have hit a Russian oil carrier. Or they hit a ship that was um, carrying petroleum from Russia. I specifics. Um, no, we haven't gone over the International Court of Justice stuff yet. We will. Real question: as bad as targeting random civvy ships is, do you consider a valid strategy to rabble rouse? Oh yeah, it's great at rabble rousing. You know what rabble rousing gets you when you fuck with international maritime trade? No, you guys, please, you have to understand. Not only do the Houthis not give a fuck about Palestinians, and they're not doing anything to actually help the Palestinians. For what this, it would be a different case if they were specifically targeting like ships going to and from Israel, but they're not. They're just randomly targeting ships. Can you imagine what the world would look like if every militia and every country started engaging in random piracy because there's some international injustice they want like fixed? Russia starts engaging in indiscriminate piracy as a way of protesting the world's refusal to acknowledge the independent status of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. You know, Turkey because they believe the fucking shit over there. Iran because this thing. Half the countries off the coast of Africa. No, you can't do that. The the safety of international maritime trade is like the foundation. It's like the infrastructure of the modern world. You can't fuck with that. It's a no go. You can't do it. No, like even if the Houthis were being sincere and effective in their cause, which they're not, they're being insincere and ineffective. But even if they were, you know, there are like no-go targets, much in the same way that like, you know, randomly like fucking killing civilians is generally frowned upon, regardless of the point that you're making. Vosh can be like, I can excuse genocide, but I draw the line at international maritime trade. Yeah, it's very well known thing that I do. I excuse genocide. That's true. I'm well known for my support of Israel. See, again, like nobody actually gives a fuck about talking about this because like it's literally like, you know, uh, like they'll pretend that you're like pro-Israel. There was a Nazi who replied to my tweet saying like, you'll defend anything if it supports Israeli interests. And there were people, probably lefties, liking it. What are you guys doing? There were lefties liking that tweet. That person was a Nazi. They had griped out in their fucking Twitter bio. Like again, like shit like this actually makes me a little more sympathetic to those lunatic fucking liberal Zionists who claim that the left is just as anti-Semitic as the right, because it feels like the Houthis flag is literally curse upon the Jews, and it's like all of a sudden like strongest soldiers for humanitarian aid in the Middle East, you know? Oh yeah, the Houthis, you know, the child bride slaver mass murderer Islamist anti-Semites are definitely like, you know, the bulwark of freedom for the Palestinian people. Like fuck, like Jesus fucking Christ. Lefties are such saps, dude. At least the Nazis are smart enough to know they're lying. Like the Nazis know for a fact that they don't give a fuck about Yemen or the Houthis. They just hate Jews, you know? At least they know what they're doing. But lefties will just blunder into this and go like, "Oh, I didn't realize the Houthis were such champions of international law and humanitarian rights," you know? Like it's man, fuck. Houthis, the vanguard of the proletariat, of course. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, yeah. Communism is built in Yemen, you know. I heard those ships were carrying Starbucks coffee. I don't know, maybe the Houthis have a point. It's so fucking bad out there, man. I have a mutual on Twitter who said, like, I don't care about the boycott. I'm going to get some Starbucks. And they had like 2,000 quote tweets of people saying like, wow, you know, you've personally murdered 50 Palestinians, huh? Wow, fuck you. I hope you die. Like insane over Starbucks. Again, a company that doesn't exist in Israel and doesn't give money to Israel. Um, Absolutely psychotic. Do they not realize Starbucks doesn't even operate? No, nobody does. Nobody left us. It's a completely like hallucinatory boycott. Like this is legitimately the left acting with Starbucks the way the right acted with Bud Light, except at least Bud Light did pay for an Instagram advert with Dylan Mulvaney, you know? Whereas like the left is saying like Starbucks gives money to Israel when they object. They fucking don't. They don't. That's not true. That's not true at all. You know, like it's totally made up. It's hallucinating. It's completely hallucinatory. You know. Um, Coach Red Pill might be dead. Coach Red Pill's been dead before. His love of fucking children keeps him alive. Gonzalo Lira Sr. said his son has died at 55 in a Ukrainian prison where he's been held for the crime of criticizing the Zelensky and Biden government. This is literally Tucker Carlson. I mean, you'll know when you see the body. Also, who cares? That dude is literally like a pedophile. Like every bad thing a person can be, he is. And I don't believe it, you know? No man who loves pedophilia that much can stay down, you know? He's got his head in the game. The funniest thing is the Houthis have not attacked a single Israeli-owned destined or operated ship. Well, the one attack from Iran actually did hit a ship controlled by a company that's owned by an Israeli. So at least the Iranians had some degree of like, you know, um, selectiveness with their attack. Uh, Taiwan general election begins in a few hours. Yeah, vote against the king. Um, when will this even end and how? Well, presumably we'll have to glass Yemen, but you know, they're used to that, so it's fine. Frankly, to the Houthis, to the Yemenis and broadly speaking, I think they've gotten used to it at this point, so. Taiwan doesn't have a king. What? Oh, sorry. I was thinking Thailand, my bad. Taiwan. Also vote against a king. If there's a king on the ballot, vote against the king. Seems simple. That's kind of fucked, honestly. The king thing? Yeah, I know. Does social media exhaust you at times like this? No, I'm okay. It's fine. I mean, it is pretty wild for like everyone to be wrong. It's crazy. It's crazy for this level of like hysteria and irrationality to even hit liberal politicians like Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna's not even like one of the leftier like squad members or whatever. Ro Khanna's like a progressive liberal, and even he's been doing you know the violation of the Constitution, blah 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 bit. You know. There's been a lot of stuff like this. I don't understand, man. Is it all social capital? It's not hard to look up the law. Mehdi Hassan was being cringe about this too. I mean, I saw a lot of this stuff. Do a poll of Americans tonight. Ask them if they know who the Houthis are. They don't. Where they live. They don't. Why that we are bombing them. They don't. And 4, whether the president has the authority under the Constitution to bomb them. He does. Simple. Simple as. Watch the Majority Report's interview on the topic today. It's so bad. I love being like the on the right of like liberals on interview of who? I don't see anything in the page. If it's part of a live stream VOD, I'm not combing through it. I know it's a meme, but why are you the only good leftist? I don't know. I don't think people understand how important free maritime trade is. Like, there's a reason why that's a no-go. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a fundamental building block of the modern world that you really can't, like, if you're being selective about it, like with a specific embargo to a specific country, that's one thing, but randomly attacking ships across the Red Sea is not an embargo of any country. It's just piracy. Aren't the Houthis effectively embargoing Yemen with this shit? I don't think Yemen gets that much in the way of traffic. But I doubt they'd go after ships landing at their own place. Yeah. God almighty. It's technically terrorism, not piracy or an embargo. Yeah, I guess they're technically not like plundering the ships, so terrorism, I guess. If Kyle Kalinske wants to talk to me, he can. I just don't think there's going to be much of a benefit because it seems like once again, everyone is consumed by a kind of like campist fervor, you know, like hysteria. Justin Amash breaking down the War Powers Act. Does this guy have a good take? Justin Amash on this? One of the most frequently misrepresented federal statuses, often falsely used to justify unconstitutional presidential war powers, the War Powers Resolution. If only more people had read it. Contrary to what you might have heard, it does not allow the president to take military action for any reason for 60 to 90 days without congressional approval, so long as the president notifies Congress within 48 hours. Section 1541C of the War Powers Resolution states clearly. Yeah, we've talked. This is Section 2C. We've gone over this. A declaration of war, specific statutory authorization, or a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories, possessions, or its armed forces. Of the three cited authorities, not one indicates a presidential power to take unilateral offensive military action. The first two authorities allow the president to take offensive military action, but only with Congress's express approval. Yeah, because that would be a declaration of war or specific statutory authorization. What about the third one, which is the one that's relevant here? The third authority allows the president to take defensive military action without Congress's approval in the event of a specific type of national emergency, a sudden unforeseen attack in the U.S., necessitating immediate action to protect Americans. No, we're reading into it. We're narrativizing this again. All this says is an emergency created upon attack by the armed forces. It does not go on to say like exclusively defensive, where you could. It's only applicable if you have to act immediately. Like not that's not in the constitutional. That's not. Or sorry, that's not in the resolution. Like we're just adding stuff, you know. Please don't do war crimes in Yemen is all I'm asking for. No war crimes have been committed. War crimes, war crime has a definition, and as of this moment, no war crimes have been committed. The reason people take issue with that third part is because they view that as immediate reaction to retaliate, not, oh, they attacked us a month ago, let's attack now. It's pretty simple, man. The Houthis have been indiscriminately attacking ships moving through the Red Sea. We send ships there to protect them. Our ships get attacked. That's absolutely a justification to retaliate. Do you really think that the US Navy can't be fired upon by missiles and drones, and like they can't fire back at the forces doing that if the president gives the say so, that you have to wait for congressional approval to do that. Like, no, of course not. Obviously, if like rules around that were so inflexible, then they wouldn't have like then the provision wouldn't have been written in the way that it is. But is it an emergency? I mean, an emergency in the case that it's like an active threat or like an active attack. It's not like someone threw a rock at the, at the ship. People don't realize this is global trade that involves critical grain, medicine, essentials to the world for millions. They all think it's first-class American yachts or some capitalist bullshit. Yeah, it is so indicative of the privileged brain rot of the Western lefties when they think of international trade and their mind immediately goes to like clothing from Shein and Funko Pops. That's what they think. They're like, oh man, all these big boats carrying grain. You realize everything moves along those, right? Not just like your stupid, shitty Amazon orders from China or whatever. Everything. All of it. Everything. Like grain, medicine, the third world. If international trade, you realize increasing the cost. Oh, because when people think like increasing the cost of international trade, wow, and they think like their Amazon orders will take 2 extra days to arrive, when what will actually happen is that like fucking sub-Saharan African countries are suddenly paying like 30% more for their grain shipments to account for the cost and time investment of them having to ship around the fucking Cape of Africa rather than go through the Red Sea, And like people have no clue. Genuinely, like I hate Western leftists, dude. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Like so many people, even in my chat, heard like international trade being disrupted. Why are we defending capitalism? As though capitalism as a system has a monopoly on the concept of humans trading with each other, As if there aren't trades that are, essential to life. It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. This is not just a like fuck. I'm sorry your Funko Pops are getting delayed. If it was listen, if the Houthis were exclusively targeting Funko Pop shipments, then let it be known that critical support for the Houthis in their endeavor to blockade Israel by targeting the fucking Funko Pop shipments, okay? That's not how that works. So I agree Biden is fine to use force in this case under the Wars Act. Here's my generous read of the opposing view. Could Donald Trump use the Wars Act to engage the US in a war without congressional approval or public support? Yeah. But that's always been the case. That's the War Powers Resolution. Yeah. People criticize the War Powers Resolution. It's fine to criticize the War Powers Resolution. That's okay. Stop pretending that what Biden has done is a violation of it. Like that's my issue. You can oppose the War Powers Resolution and the power it gives the president to engage in military action without congressional approval. That's okay. I'm not going to disagree with you. Just stop pretending that what Biden did is unconstitutional. It's not. Hasn't Trump literally done that? Didn't he invoke the War Powers Act for Soleimani? I keep saying War Powers Act, but it's War Powers Resolution. Yeah, he did. And by the way, to let you know just how loose the War Powers Resolution is, he got away with doing this while just like aggressively missile striking Soleimani. Like they just randomly attacked an Iranian general in an Iraqi airport. Like this wasn't even an active back and forth between U.S. troops and Iran or whatever. Like we were just like, oh, yep, he's there, take him. Yep, War Powers Resolution, let's go. Um, Pretty sure Iranian forces were attacking our base back then. Well, they still are, in fairness. They're always doing that shit. Yeah. Aren't you like a liberal? Don't you love war? I love war. Anyone have a list of ships that have been attacked? Yep, we went over it yesterday. Haaretz has a good interactive map. Not a single ship from Israel. Do you worry this will anger Iran and its proxies further? Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, we'll see how Iran reacts, but everyone in the world has to understand what happens when you threaten international maritime trade. Even China and Russia didn't vote no on the UN resolution to get the Houthis to stop, you know? China and Russia want us to do this, by the way. Like they're literally like the cowardly friends who will pretend to be siding with the like drunk person who's fucking up a party when in reality they want them thrown out too. That like China and Russia also completely depend on safe international maritime trade. They also don't want the Houthis randomly attacking shit. They just want to maintain a good relationship with Iran. Did you see Emma Vigeland's reply to you? Yeah, it was unexceptional and just as misguided as every other take we've seen. Um, there's nothing. They're all the same. Um, The blockage by the Houthis is blocking some international trade, but it's still one of the closest we've had to an actual embargo on Israel. No, no, it's not. No, it's nothing. It's not even a little bit. It's literally just like random piracy. That's it. It's not. There's not even anything adjacent to an embargo on Israel. Again, do you really want every government and every terrorist group and every militia feeling that they have the ability to engage in random piracy as a consequence of some international injustice? Like, do you have any idea how many bad things happen in the world on any given day? You really want to establish that? Sorry, international maritime trade is a no-go. If you fuck with international maritime trade, America comes in and fucking kills you. That's the rule. It's a good rule. It is. You guys have no idea what piracy used to do to trade. You know that, like, for a very long time, like, a significant portion of all human-generated wealth was lost to the bottom of the ocean, right? Like, a lot of it in fights between pirates and the mercantile vessels they would attack. Like the consequences of fucking with piracy, or sorry, that of fucking with international maritime trade on that level is it's unimaginable. The modern world cannot sustain it. It's like throwing bricks off a freeway overpass and claiming it's an embargo on a specific McDonald's in a neighboring town. Yeah, it's like yeah, literally, it's like you hear about a corporation the next town over mistreating its workers, so you start like launching rocks off an interstate overpass, and then when the police stop you, people are like, "Whoa, at least he was doing something to protest the mistreatment that company was inflicting on its workers. What are you doing? Wow, look how the police will show up to stop people from protesting mistreatment of the workplace, but not actually stop the mistreatment. Like you can't. No, no, you can't. No, nope, 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 nope. I mean, the patch vesh, there is a relationship between the Houthis attacking in the Red Sea and what's happening in Gaza. It's just not a sincere one. Um, the Houthis are deeply anti Semitic and they like to rabble rouse and they like to gain renown and clout off of polarizing themselves against Western intervention and Israel because Israel is Western intervention. Like they're taking advantage of the time. There is a relationship, but it's just not a sincere effort to help the Palestinian people in any way, you know? It is neither intended to be, nor will it have the consequence of this. Trade is so valuable, the entire world will fund an Israel-like state in a civil war to secure it. Oh, you mean like in the with the Somali pirates? Yeah. Let us return once more to the time that the entire world united against Somali pirates. Jesus Christ. The state of Somalia, Kenya, the UK, US, France, Japan, India, Malaysia, Italy, Iran, Germany, Spain, the UAE, Netherlands, Pakistan, Belgium, Australia, New Zealand, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Canada, China, South Africa, Montenegro, Croatia, North Korea, Greece, Portugal. Nobody likes pirates. Nobody likes pirates. Yeah, auto balance is off. I think the U.S. could make Israel stop if the U.S. wasn't fucking evil any. Don't get me wrong. I think the U.S. is capable of doing it. The problem is we're evil and sickening and satanic. But these are two separate issues. Just because I think America is fucking evil with regards to Israel doesn't mean I have to abide some like random Islamist piracy bullshit. And I don't. I won't. International shipping will continue. The long arm of American law will extend across the Pacific, the Atlantic, and everywhere it needs to make sure that our Funko Pops can arrive at home exactly on time. The fuck is this? In Mozambique, ISIS carried out an attack on Mozambican army in Cabo Delgado and later expressed their support for Gaza and Palestine. Yeah, this is dude. Yeah, so are all of the like are all, West is Western lefty is Western lefty Twitter going to start defending like Boko Haram because like Boko Haram will just finish like murdering and raping some like poor village in Mali or whatever, and then they're going to get on camera and be like, these rapes done for Palestine, and then lefties will be like, at least somebody's finally doing something about that Israel, like unironically, is that the level we're at? I mean, it might be like Boko Haram is the next step I feel on the like Western lefty chain of anything but America. It is true if you're like a pure campist with no other beliefs, then Boko Haram definitely is not aligned with American interests, not to my knowledge. Bro, this shit is literally like how every tin pot dictator told the Soviets they were communists for support. Yeah. Very incredulous, I feel. I think you're right about China. Unfortunately, you gave me a 404 there, but I'll read the quote you've provided. We hope that the relevant parties can all play a constructive and responsible role in promoting the regional security and stability of the Red Sea in line with the international community's shared interests. Yeah, literally. Do you think China, whose economy is almost entirely reliant on exports and imports, like they're so reliant on maritime trade, can abet like random terrorism in the Red Sea? Absolutely not. Like China wants to maintain and ostensibly, like, they want to keep on good terms with Iran, so they don't want to send their ships there, but of course they want us to smack them down. The Houthis are acting way out of line, and everyone knows it, okay? You can invade Taiwan, you can invade Ukraine, but you can't fuck with the Red Sea, all right? Nobody wants that. Show this so people can see how important the Red Sea is. Yeah. Like seriously, look at all of the shipping that comes out of China and this region. The just the general like Indo-Pacific, right? The Red Sea is the path. Like what ships have been having to do for the past few weeks is ships that otherwise want to go through the Red Sea have been going all the way down around the coast of South America. Wait, not coast South Africa. Fucking confused me right there, South Africa. And then like continue around to Europe or whatever. The added cost and the added time to transit is monstrous and contributes broadly to instability. Then stop supporting Israel. You don't get to bomb people just because you keep making bad decisions. What is the relationship there? What? It's not an Israel thing. You can't fuck with international maritime trade. I don't support Israel, but I also don't support the disruption of international maritime trade. You can't do it. If they were embargoing a specific country, that's one thing, but they're not. They're just fucking up the Red Sea. Also, for the Houthis, this is about reestablishing legitimacy for their domestic supporters because they lost a lot of clout when they signed a truce with the Saudis last year. Yeah. Good point. 100%. Good point. Yeah. The Houthis have been like quietly negotiating with Saudi Arabia for a while, even since then. So they probably want to continue demonstrating to their followers, like, hey, don't worry, guys, we're still anti-West, we're still anti-Semitic, Vosh, we just don't want to see civilians get hurt. Civilians get hurt by blocking international maritime trade. Also, so far, according to the Houthis, The only people we've killed have been Houthi militants, 5 of them, and 4 injured. They're not civilians. According to the Houthis, though, yeah, but why would the Houthis like understate civilian casualties? You know, weren't the Saudis responsible for the famines ravaging Yemen over the past decade? Well, not just the Saudis, us too. Benjamin, why are you engaging with and worse, reporting to me the random horseshit that people say about me? Who cares? What happened to leftists caring about the suffering of the poor? Does restricting trade that hurt people, poor people, not matter now because some dumb fuck pirates want to shoot random boats and you cause? Yeah, it's so stupid. Again, like, you know. Oh, he's so fat. He's just out of frame. He's sitting on his butt, licking his belly. Artemy, move over 1 foot. He doesn't understand English. God, he's cute. Sorry, I got distracted. Um, what were we talking about? Let me see. Can we see the lizards? No, it's too cold for them to move right now. Anyway. Um, does Artemy condemn the pirates? Probably not. Your statement on the affiliation of ships attacked, while technically correct, is a bit misleading. How can it be technically correct but a bit misleading? What do we mean by that? Okay, wait. If this is the level of affiliation we're using as a litmus test for the legitimacy of these attacks, then we have to stop pretending it's an embargo. Listen to this shit, dude. On the 13th of December 2023, the Marshall Islands flagged an Israel-affiliated, strong affiliation. The Israeli Mr. Ofer is a 9% shareholder of Ardmore Managers. Tanker was exposed to an attempted boarding by an unknown number of perpetuators. Is that really a strong affiliation? One Israeli man is a 9% shareholder of the company that manages the Marshall Islands flagged tanker. Like, that's not embargoing Israel at that point. Like that, like, like at that point, embargoing America would involve boarding every ship on Earth. You know, like at that level of association, that's a strong association. The Hong Kong flagged and Israel affiliated, strong affiliation, business agreement between Maersk and Zim Integrated Shipping Services. What agreement? Wait, they're strongly Israel affiliated because the company that runs this Hong Kong flagged vessel at one point made a deal with an Israeli company. Is that all it takes? You just needed to have shook hands with a Jew, and that's all it takes. What the fuck? This is deeply anti-Semitic. I'm sorry. That's a strong affiliation. Then everything is everything. Yeah, it's like the one drop rule of Israeli association. You know, I'm sorry. Israel has a modern economy. There's Israeli businessmen, place, rich country. I mean, yeah, like of course. They once ate kosher chicken. Yeah, they had a Latko once. Like, what business agreement, you know? a lot of these just say business agreement between MSC and Zim Integrated Shipping Services Ltd. Like, what does that mean? Okay, who linked this? Is this not like just propaganda? This seems to be extremely Houthi framed. Like this is being interspersed with cuts of the leader of the Houthis being like, yeah, this will not deter us from our, like, this literally seems like Houthi propaganda. Cman.org. Well, I love those. Wait a second. Is this the site that was run by that guy who pretends to be a captain or whatever? We went over him on Twitter, and it turns out he was like a dipshit who pretends to understand. Fuck, I'm forgetting. God damn it. Wait, hold on a second. Guys, am I looking at Cyrillic right now? Is this a typically Russian site that just happens to have their Red Sea attacks page in English? Who linked this? Wasn't me, catface, yeah. There's a language option in the top right. Yeah, but the default language is Russian. I just opened up the main page and it was set to Russian. Whereas this was set to English when I opened it. Wait, setting it to Russian takes me back to the homepage. Wait. Wait. Yeah, I think this one page is written in English. No, the language isn't in the URL. That's what I was looking for. See? It looks like this is the default URL. It's almost like this one page is in English because it's meant to like be an op, and the rest of the site is in Russian, you know? Like, look, even when it's set to Russian in here, it's still in English. Huh. And then when it sets to English, yeah, it also sets back here. Marine portal for amateurs and professionals. But even if you set it to English, like, the subheaders are still in Russian, partly? I'm calling op. I'm calling op. By the way, the Houthis also take part in the slave trade on top of thousands of child soldiers. Also, I don't like a huge number of underage girls get wedded over there. The Houthis are big on that trad wife politic, by which I mean they're not even 16. I don't know. I'm sure these guys have like legitimate interest in humanitarian. I'm retarded and I don't understand the connection. Why is it being said the bombing of Yemen helps Israel? Because people think that the Houthis have like deftly maneuvered a blockade of Israel or something. As opposed to just like firing pot shots at civilian vessels that pass through the Red Sea. So they think that we're like going in there to bust them out. I have seen accounts saying we're doing this for Israel, by the way, and almost all of them have been Nazis. Nick Fuentes is getting a lot of attention on Twitter right now. I literally saw at the top of one of the trending tags, Nick Shields saying that it's time to bring Nick Fuentes back on Twitter because he was saying that like America has been deceived by by Israel to, you know, bomb Yemen or whatever. Vosh, I found the Russian version. Okay, so they do have it in Russian. It just defaults to English on that page. Fucking weird. Jake Shields is also a pedophile. All Nazis are pedophiles. That's true. Dems are dropping the ball. Yep, even like progressive Democrats, not even just lefties, man. Progressive Democrats fume over Houthi strikes. Republicans offer rare praise. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, but the Republicans are right on this one. I can't like it's so fucked up, man. I can't believe you guys are doing this, but like yeah, like for randomly deciding to be wrong on this, like I don't you sort of like forced Republicans into a position of being the relatively correct ones, you know? Philomath 20, yeah, you can make that argument, but in that case it's not really an embargo, it's just general piracy. Um the I mean you can make that case. The weird thing is that like the Houthis could make an effort to exclusively target ships that are headed to Israel, but they kind of they like don't. They don't do that. They'll head ships, they'll attack ships that are heading out of the Red Sea, like south out of the Red Sea, that didn't stop in Israel, like that objectively are not on that shipping line. You know, so if there was like an actual selective effort being made, I think you could make a better argument for them. Though I'd still oppose it because I don't think that international trade is something you should be allowed to fuck with. I think it's one of those things you have to just. It's like an untouchable subject, you know. Why do you say it's fine for pirates to be hanged and killed, but then proceed to say shoplifters are fine? Because pirates fire missiles and drones and board ships, and shoplifters put candy bars in their pockets. It's a very slight, little, monumental difference between the two. Very slight, monumental. Also, shoplifters don't act as a chilling effect on commerce in general, whereas piracy does. Uh, Also, every other difference you can think of. Before you guys ask me questions on what the difference is between international piracy and some other mundane bullshit, please think about what my answer might be yourself first. Didn't the Houthis not kill anyone in their piracy thing? Does that matter? I don't. It's not like that doesn't make it less violent to fire missiles at random civilian tankers or to like deter international trade. It does? It really doesn't, no. The threat to deterring international maritime trade is not the potential death of a few sailors. If we were just talking about a few sailors getting killed, that could be just any random insurgency. That could be like a random murderer on board any given civilian vessel. You know how crazy people get out there in the high seas? No, the real threat to piracy is not just random acts of violence. It's piracy. There's a reason this was taken seriously. Like, Jesus Christ, like, we've literally fucking centuries of precedent of piracy being regarded as, like, a unique, socially, harmful force. Um, it's about deterring trade more than anything else. Revolution requires violence. Yeah, that's true. I am running through the streets of Seattle. I am hitting people with a baseball bat. Revolutions require violence. I have taken this to heart. Any violence will do, right? Like what? Just please think, please. It's okay. They were Jews, Pepe. No, no, no. Worse than Jews. They were people who may have once made a deal with a company owned by Jews, which makes them an Israeli, which makes them like an Israeli associated vessel, of course. Why are there so many larpers in chat? Because again, like this is it's like a campus impulse, you know. It's like an anti-America thing, or people think the Houthis are some kind of like badass underdogs or whatever. I blame One Piece. Gave people the wrong impression. Does disrupting maritime trade result in poverty slash death? Genuine question. Yes, more than anything else you could imagine. A full disruption of maritime trade, like the normalizing of piracy in like major shipping routes, would cause death equivalent to like minor to major nuclear conflict. Yes, the human population cannot be sustained at its current level through disruptions to maritime trade, not significant ones at least. It's not just the Red Sea. Do you really want every belligerent government in the world engaging in indiscriminate piracy as a product of like some injustice they're protesting against, and the piracy doesn't even do anything about it? It's just like, oh, a bad thing is happening, let's do piracy, you know? Do you guys not remember what happened when Russia stopped Ukrainian grain? Yeah, literally. That was one country. Like, Ukraine's grain being disrupted by the Russian embargo was significant enough that it legitimately threatened famine in some areas of Africa. That was one country's grain exports. And people are like, oh, no, dude, surely blocking the Red Sea won't affect... your Funko Pops will come in a little late. You know, like, geez, man. In fairness, Ukraine is the most fertile region in the world. Yeah, and a lot of their exports go through the Red Sea. Mm. I think a good solution to this is just stop Israel. I think we should stop Israel and stop the Houthis. Since we're not stopping Israel, we might as well stop the Houthis while we have a ship there, you know? But why leave with no consolation prize? How much do you think Russia's involved in this then? Russia also wants us to bomb the fuck out of the Houthis. Again, they didn't vote no on the UN resolution to condemn their behavior and tell them to stop. Also worth mentioning that international trade is the #1 deterrence to world war in the modern age. Yeah, international commercial dependence is one of the only reasons why China hasn't gobbled up Taiwan by now. It's incredibly important that countries maintain robust trade relations. You guys have seen what economic stagnation has done to Europe with regards to the rise of the far right. What do you think like the return of piracy would do to global commerce? Like, you're going to plunge the world into an age of fucking darkness because you're frustrated at your ineptitude in doing anything to stop Israel. I'm sorry, this was not the path to do it, okay? International commerce will continue. We will glass Yemen. There's nothing anyone, certainly not the Houthis, can do to stop it. Is this attack a big deal? It's a pretty big deal. Please read this. I get international trade is essential, but a few people in the U.S. decided to bomb a country in the Middle East. Don't you think it's important to question whether the bombs were targeted at the Houthis only? They were. The Houthis have already announced that 5 people died. We struck like 73 locations. 5 people died, according to the Houthis. 4 were injured, and they were all Houthi militants. Again, we have the best missiles and the best data in the world. You know, it's reasonable to assume that if we're going, like, it's not World War II, and we're not Israel or Russia. You know, if we're going to target the Houthis, we're going to do it relatively. We're going to do it in a fairly precise way. You know, the Houthis have spent years weathering air raids from Saudi Arabia. They have a lot of experience when it comes to protecting their stuff. Both in terms of like quickly moving equipment and like sheltering it. So that means that in order for us to be even remotely effective, we need to be pretty good about it. My guess is that we've spent months gathering data, at least since October 7th, but possibly well before in case something like this would happen. Gathering data on like locations of like their airfields where they keep their drones, storage depots, like major supply depots, that kind of thing. And that we've been keeping a hold on that data. And now that we've sort of parked our dudes in the Red Sea, you know, we can act on that and act, you know, strike with relative precision. Civilians will almost certainly die in the long run, of course. You know, it's almost impossible to bomb a country while avoiding that entirely. I encourage the civilians in Yemen to take their grievances up with the Houthis for threatening international maritime trade. You've said it's inevitable to get civilian casualties when the U.S. bombs the Houthis. Are those deaths justified as a response to pirate attacks which have led to no deaths? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. The free and safe international maritime trade is worth thousands of lives, potentially millions. Actually, definitely millions. Yeah, 100%. Millions of people would die if the safety of international maritime trade was significantly compromised. Yeah, It is infrastructure that must be protected at like virtually any cost. You are really underestimating how important it is. Yeah, I suppose so, DCL. Excuse me. Vosh, literally the only reason they haven't killed anyone is because we keep shooting their shit down. Yeah, it is worth noting they've been firing missiles and like firing drones, and we've been shooting them down. So the fact that they haven't killed anyone might also be in large part due to our incredibly good anti-air capabilities. It's not for lack of trying. You like this, we're not ooh small bean territory, okay? If you are a like military firing missiles at civilian ships, you don't get bonus points because you miss or your missiles got shot down before they killed anyone, right? That's not like a strong defense of your moral legitimacy, I feel. Yeah, the lack of deaths is actually a skill issue, and we went down to the Red Sea to show them how it's done, is the thing, you know? We're actually down there, we're laughing at their pathetic death count, you know? Where it's, well, you didn't kill anyone? Okay, we'll show you how to aim missiles. And we will, and we have. And we'll continue to, I assume. Vosh, I get that if all trade in the world was stopped, it would be awful, but in this case, it's only about 30 ships. Well, it's only about 30 ships because we sent people down there to stop it. Also, 30 ships in like, what, 2 months before our ships got there is quite a bit. One every other day, or maybe one every 2.5 days. That's not like an insignificant bit of piracy there. Couldn't they simply continue striking down the drones? Why should we have to park our incredibly expensive naval vessels off their coast, shooting down their missiles and drones indefinitely? Like, why? Like, what? That's not how the military works. That again, like, they're not ooh small beans. It's a full military. Like, what? Like, think about it. Like, you're literally saying, like, oh man, they're like just shooting missiles at civilians and drones. Why not just like keep some ships there to shoot them down? Why? What happens if we miss and one of their missiles gets through and like sinks a tanker, or civilians get killed or hurt? Like, that kind of looks bad for us now. Why wouldn't we just, I don't know, kill the Houthis? You can do that. That's allowed, by the way. When people fire missiles and drones at civilians, you actually can kill them. Like, that's a cool thing about the world. You know, you can just do that. It's a fun, free look. You can just rotate a 3D image of bombing Yemen in your head. You know, the government can't stop you. Also, yeah, that's true. Even if we were parking our ships to shoot down missiles and drones in the Red Sea, that wouldn't mean we'd be fixing the issue because a lot of like civilian vessels just wouldn't travel through the Red Sea while we're doing that, you know? Is it okay if you're the not paying for Adobe program kind of piracy? I think that if you pirate Adobe Photoshop, USS Eisenhower carrier group should park at the nearest body of water out from your house and shell your home until it's fine dust. You know, it's the only way. It's the only way. If Houthis were firing at Israel, would that be cool? Yes, Houthis were firing at Israel earlier in this conflict, and I didn't give a shit. I remarked that I didn't think it would go very far because they probably wouldn't be able to sustain like long range, capabilities like that in any meaningful sense. But I did not give a shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's like super effective, but it seems like pretty fair reprisal. It is Israel after all. Yeah, it's pretty expensive, Skynet 015. Our super fancy, accurate anti-air missiles are not very cheap. Vosh, do you think boots on the ground will be necessary if bombing isn't enough to deter the problem? No. I fully reject any proposition for boots on the ground as zero. I would if a single U.S. boot touches Yemeni soil, I will instantly 180 on all of this. I think that our capacity here is purely one to protect maritime shipping, no forever war, no embroiling ourselves in another interminable Middle Eastern conflict, no occupation, no military bases, no coups, no nothing. We're not here to fix Yemen. We're here to remind the Houthis what the pecking order is in the global hierarchy, and then leave. God willing. Fuck, it's cold, man. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we can actually see. Wait, global shipping tracker right now. Ocean. Right now, ships should be moving to avoid the Red Sea. Like at this moment, there should be an effort to do that. Why is this map flipped upside down? What are you doing? Oh, I'm done. Never mind. Yeah, here, you can see it. Oh, no, wait, never mind. How recent is this data? Tanker, cargo vessel, tanker, tanker, tanker. Is this current data? Let me see. The United States warned American vessels to not travel through the Red Sea while we're doing our goofy goober behavior. Um, Let me see. Playback. What's the date? Density map, layers, my fleets, filter vessels, map type, live map. Live map. So it is live? Here. This is sorry, there's some weird pop-ups on this site. Um, about a third of a million ships currently in the water. You can see the Indo-Pacific is having a good time about it. There's a lot of shit that goes on over here. Makes sense. I mean, there's like a billion islands over here. Um, but over here we have, the Cape of Africa. We have the Red Sea. Red Sea traffic is normally a lot more dense than this. It is the fastest way by far to travel between all of Europe and all of the Indo-Pacific. There's a reason why the Suez Canal is so important. But a lot of ships are traveling down here, more in my opinion than usual. I mean, sir, I've seen maps like this before, and I feel like usually it's skewed more towards the Red Sea. But um, now here's a question, guys. Okay, here's a quick question for my good friends who don't seem to understand my point or what I'm talking about. Okay, there are international crises happening all over the place. What do you think would happen if Sri Lanka and Namibia and Mauritania all had like regional sort of like militia uprisings that decided to start engaging in indiscriminate piracy off their coast? What do you think would happen to the world if that happened? Like the potential devastation caused by countries engaging in that kind of behavior. I mean, we're talking like apocalyptic shit, essentially. Well, it wouldn't be apocalyptic because you know what would happen if any of those countries did that? The United States would come in and fix it, as we are so wont to do. The problem is that international maritime trade is just it's infrastructure to the modern world. It's not just like, oh, you get your Funko Pops quick or whatever. Like, billions of people's lives rely on it. Billions of people can only eat, drink, clothe themselves, get medicine because of international maritime trade. It's unbelievably important. So when you start like opening up the doors to people threatening that, like nobody likes that. That's why everyone look at the efforts made to avoid Somalia, by the way, even after the Somali pirates have been dealt with. Like there's still like a gap right here where you'd think a lot of vessels would be traveling. You can see them going around. The world descends on shit like this, as we did with the Somali pirates, and as the world is doing, by the way, with Yemen. Keep in mind that Russia and China both could have vetoed, could have voted no on the UN resolution to condemn the Houthis' attacks in the Red Sea, and they didn't. They abstained. They abstained because they want the US to come in and crush them, but they don't want to look like, I don't know, chauvinistic supporters of Western hegemony. But this isn't just a Western hegemony thing. The world relies on the Red Sea for travel. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. I'm permissive of a lot of stuff when it comes to like international engagement. This is known about me. International maritime trade is just so important, so important. What would boots on the ground cause? Nothing good. One second, I hear Pigeon screaming. She probably wants to be like let in bed. Pigeon, you're dumb. Artemy was also on my bed. What a good boy. So another Iraq, worse. I don't know. It depends on the circumstances. We're not going to put boots in the ground. I don't anticipate any desire on the Biden administration's part for putting boots in the ground. I don't think that would be. I don't think that would serve their interests. I don't think they want to do that. I don't think that's likely. Take a look at the Strait of Malacca, arguably one of the most important shipping routes in the world and heavily threatened by China. Yes, China is um, China has been engaging in some sort of wacky behavior for a long time. Look at all the ships that move through here. Like all of the Chinese sort of expansionist, militaristic, aggressive actions taken in the South China Sea. You know, China is very insecure about the longevity of their maritime trade. They're concerned that Taiwan could act as like a Western wedge for blocking off their access to natural resources, because China doesn't have many, not the ones they need, at least, not coal or oil or fossil fuels. Their anxiety is causing a lot of issues. Makes sense, Annie. China does have some coal. Then I think I'm thinking of oil then. They get a lot of oil from the Saudis. And rare earth. Yeah, yeah, that's right, Radical China. Yeah. Um, Look at all the ships upriver. It's so crazy that China's what river is this again? I don't even know the river. This one big river that runs through China is so massive that it actually supports an enormous amount of shipping trade on its own. The Yangtze, is this the one that ends in the Three Gorges Dam? Over here, right? Somewhere over here, right? I think. Gorges, not Georges. I always do that. Three Gorges Dam. Yeah. Somewhere here-ish, I think. This is the dam that, if blown up, would kill 50 trillion people, I think. Um, Yangtze River and Yellow River. Gotcha. Yellow River. It sounds kind of racist, but all right. All right. I feel like we should move on. I take no joy from being a contrarian on this. Truly, my interests here are not contrarian. I am, as always, shocked by leftists' desire to have incredibly fucking terrible takes on foreign policy. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. Um, I don't know, man. They're tankies? No, they're not. I mean, even like Ro Khanna is doing it. People have, there's like a very reflexive isolationist tendency in populists, I think. Not just in populists. I don't know. Somebody linked earlier. Hold on. Kyle Kalinske comes out unequivocally for the Houthi pirates. Let me see.
Sometimes they have to take a
breaking. U.S. starts a legal war with Yemen. This is why my sub count doesn't explode, by the way, because I can't do the kind of like sensational gonzo, you know, you know, this would be like a video that gets me a lot of views. Illegal war, Joe Biden impeached, blah blah.
and nobody's going to do anything to try to stop it. Well, let's do the bare minimum that we can and try to block trade with you. So what happened as a result of that? Okay, the insurance rates for the ships in Israel went up. Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror.
Like one of the things that kind of upsets me is that the idea of people not understanding the importance of free international maritime trade is like very, very frustrating. Like this isn't even like a left or right thing, you know? This isn't like a leftist or fascist or liberal or any other issue. It's just an objective fact of the world. Understanding the importance of international maritime trade is as important as understanding like how the water and rain cycle works. It's like it's so fundamental, you know, everyone needs to know it, you know? So when people are like, oh, wow, you know, your Funko Pops arrived late, it's very frustrating. I don't know.
How terrible. But the U.S. would rather protect trade to Israel than
not trade to Israel. Those ships weren't going to Israel. They were just random ships.
Protect Palestinian babies who are being bombed on the regular.
It is true that America doesn't give a fuck about Palestinian babies. I'm not here to defend America's behavior with regards to Israel.
If you wanted the Houthis to stop, you know you could have done? Told Israel, hey, you've already been doing this for months. You can go ahead and wrap it up now. 28,000 dead civilians is enough. Bombing, you know, another hospital, another school, another UN building, another marketplace. Wrap it up. I think we got the point.
I agree that we should put a stop to what Israel is doing, but we also should put a stop to what the Houthis are doing. We can stop both, or, well, I suppose we can only stop one because America refuses to do anything about Israel, but we are doing something about the Houthis, so that's good at least.
I think the 12,000 dead babies is enough. If you wanted them to stop, Biden could have told them, no more money, no more weapons, we're going to stop this. This is having wide-ranging consequences. Instead, what does he do? Pats Israel on the back, gives them a green light, tells them they're special and they're precious, and then decides to drag the U.S. into another Mideast war.
We're not dragging the U.S. into another Middle East war. Firing missiles into Yemen is not dragging us into another war. Everything gets compared to Iraq.
On their behalf.
We're not doing this on Israel's behalf. That's a borderline anti-Semitic talking point. Like, that's just fully like the Jews have like deceived the U.S. into like, that's just not, they're threatening international maritime trade. Also, Operation Prosperity Guardian isn't just an American effort. It's literally an internationally led effort. There's a UN condemnation that happened right before we began firing. Like, it's not just America, you know?
I mean, you know, I'm at a loss for words here because I always expect the U.S.
I keep almost saying Market Garden because that's the operation that I like have in my head more. Like it's the cooler name, you know?
To make stupid decisions, to do terrible things. But this is like a level above and beyond. This was 100 million trillion% avoidable. We don't need to be going to war with Yemen. We don't need to be bombing 10 cities in Yemen. We don't need a hot war with the Houthis. And by the way, another really...
It's not a hot war. It's totally one-sided. We're not doing counterinsurgency here. We're just firing missiles at targets. I would agree with this if we were like dropping a bunch of boots on the ground, but we're America, you know. We can just kind of park an aircraft carrier. It's the Eisenhower, right? That's who we've got out there? Yeah, it's the Eisenhower. Here we go, okay? We're America. We don't need to put boots on the ground. We've got this plus about a half dozen other major ships. All we need to do is park these in the Red Sea and fire missiles and do airstrikes. We can also use like Saudi airspace to attack from different directions. There's a lot of wacky stuff we can do. We're the US of A. It's not like a hot war. It's not boots on the ground. You know, we're not doing you know, counterinsurgency effort. We're not taking over cities or trying to hold territory or whatever. I don't support any of that bullshit. Um, it is a big boat, though.
Important point. This makes Americans less safe. Because now...
That's objectively not true. Well, it is possible that this like escalates into a broader thing that makes Americans less safe, but we're literally doing this to protect international maritime trade, and some of that trade is American ships, so...
You are begging for retribution and retaliation because the U.S. is doing Israel's dirty work for them.
Okay, this is literally just like the anti-Semitic talking point. Like this is the argument being made by Nazis on Twitter. Where it's not. Everyone, again, you can literally look at the UN condemnation or the people involved. Real, like everyone in the world wants a safe Red Sea to travel through. Like, come on, man, come on. Sound? Audio? Hello? Uh, huh. So the audio is coming through correctly, it's just desynced? That is very strange. That has never happened before. I don't know what's causing that, to be honest. Hello? Uh, okay. That seems to work now. That was very weird. That's never happened before. Um, okay. Yeah, I just turned it on and off and again, OBS. It's weird. I assumed it was a hardware issue, but I guess just OBS had a little... Yeah. Okay, well... what were we saying? Okay, yeah. I'm really sorry. I know that Kyle Kalinske himself is not anti-Semitic, or at least I'd be very surprised if he was. But like the idea that that this international effort, one which is not even being opposed by China or by Russia, is America doing the dirty work of Israel, is like, it is just the Nazi talking point. It is the one you will see Nick Fuentes making. That's really bad. Like, you know, you shouldn't. Yeah.
This makes us less safe. It absolutely makes us less safe. We are not a target of Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas. But you know what? When you keep sending money and you keep sending weapons and you keep greenlighting a genocide, maybe eventually they go, hey, they are the problem. You know,
they were targeting us, and they do attack our bases, but also, again, they chose to attack the Red Sea. I mean, I do agree that we're exacerbating tensions by our support of Israel, but you can't attack international maritime trade. You just can't do it.
Dealer that's giving Israel, the addict, their fix. And now you go and you bomb Yemen. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Houthis are correct. Their action of blocking the ships was correct.
It's just like, man, I wish I could make points like this. I feel like my job would be a lot easier, you know?
Absolutely. It should have been the UN that was doing that, right? It should have been the US if we actually cared about human rights, us doing that. No, Yemen, a super poor country, had to do the right thing and step up, and now we're bombing them as a result of it.
They're not blockading Israel. They're just randomly attacking ships in the Red Sea. You can't do that, please.
Now, I should point out, there are some reports that are unconfirmed as of this moment that they went after U.S. ships. So Crystal was telling me that just the other
No, that's not unconfirmed. They definitely did that. Is that is that unconfirmed? I thought that was just being reported on like factually, like matter of factly. Of course they would. They absolutely did that, like multiple times. The US and UK ships in the area.
day, we targeted a bunch of their drones. We like shot down a bunch of Yemen's drones, the drones that they're using to police the Red Sea effectively.
No, not to police, to attack civilian ships. Dude, Kyle, the drones we shot down were en route to attack civilian ships. Those were the Houthis don't police the Red Sea. They don't have patrols. They sent those drones out to attack. They're like what? The police? They're attacking ships in international water. They can't police them.
And there are some reports now that they went after U.S. ships. We don't know the timeline of the events. So in other words, we don't know if the Houthis knew the U.S. were going to attack them, or the U.S. was already in the midst of attacking them, and then the Houthis started attacking the ships, or we don't know if
the Houthis attacked our ships before we shot them. However, we were definitely like always going to attack Yemen. So if you want to argue that they were engaging in some kind of like preparatory defense, I guess you could, but you know, they attacked civilian ships to begin with, so.
They attacked the ships in retaliation to us attacking their drones the other day. We don't even know for sure if they did attack the ships. They're just some unconfirmed reports.
They're not unconfirmed, and the drones that we shot down were on their way to attack civilian. We do know the timeline. This is the literal timeline. Yeah, we do know the timeline. This isn't like a kept secret or whatever. Boarded the Galaxy Leader and sailed her to Hodeidah. Struck and damaged by an Iranian Shahed 136. Is that a drone or a missile? Munition, autonomous pusher prop drone. I think that's a one-way drone. So it's like a drone missile, kind of. Attacked unsuccessfully with an anti-ship ballistic missile, then successfully with another. Minor damage. Minor damage, no casualties. Minor damage, no casualties. Onboard fires, another damage. Later, a UAV assessed to be heading for the Strindo was shot down by the French Navy frigate Languedoc. An initial hijacking attempted by skiffs deterred by an exchange of fire from onboard security. This was followed by the launch of 2 or 3 anti-ship missiles with mist. Man, the Houthis suck. The assisting USS Mason was also targeted by a UAV, which it intercepted. Okay, so there's the first attack against a U.S. vessel. Her owner is Ardmore Shipping, Bermuda. Israeli ship owner Aiden Ophir's EBS Ventures had divested its 1.9 million share stake months previously. Why is I guess Wikipedia is like providing the excuse the Houthis would use, but like at some point in the past, a partial stockholder of the company that owned the ship was Israeli, I guess. Had been ordered to Yemen by the putative Yemeni Navy, missile missed, beneficial owner Greater China Intermodal Investments, Eastern Mediterranean Loop, no schedule cost, Israel not called there recently. Fire damage, fire and other damage, turned around and exited. Wave attack, no damage. What is that? Double strike, fire damage. Mediterranean shipping company attack failure. Struck by a one-way attack UAV, no injuries reported. Several explosions near the vessel, no injuries. One successful missile strike, minor damage. The next day, an attempted hijack. First direct engagement with Operation Prosperity Guardian results in 10 Houthis killed. First casualties in the theater. First blood. At least 21 UAVs and missiles were launched, 18 of which were intercepted at, look at that, the USS Eisenhower Carrier Group. On the 11th of January, that's yesterday, oil tanker boarded and commandeered by Commando 50 nautical miles east of Sohar, Oman, last tracked headed towards da-da-da. So hijacking, even just yesterday. Clueless. Today, why will attack a carrier group. True.
That happened, but now that's almost certainly going to happen. And this is what we've been talking about, guys, how everything escalates out of control and the tit for tat, it turns into a massive snowball effect, right? And so now, you know, the Houthis fire back on some U.S. ship. Nobody's died. No U.S. people have died, right? But imagine even one U.S. soldier dies. Then, you know, Joe Biden and neocons and Republicans, all these people could look at that and say, well, the Houthis are just a proxy for Iran, so this means Iran killed a U.S. soldier. Now we got to go to war with Iran.
What, man, it really feels like online lefties can't engage with any Middle Eastern foreign policy that isn't like everyone but me wants to go to war with Iran. We're not, nobody's talking about this. We're just talking about bombing the Houthis to stop them from attacking civilian vessels in the Red Sea. Like, where have we gone from this? Where are we at right now?
So this is where we're at. Look, of all the horrible things that Joe Biden has done, literally put at the top of the list, the tippy top of the list, green lighting Israel doing a genocide and arming them and funding them as they do it.
I would agree.
And now, illegally and offensively bombing Yemen, bombing the Houthis in Yemen. This is a country that...
Neither illegal nor offensively. This is absolutely being done defensively as a response to multiple attacks against both U.S. Navy vessels and civilian vessels in the Red Sea.
Didn't attack us and was only trying to effectively do a blockade of Israel in a sad attempt to put economic pressure on them to get them to stop carpet bombing babies in Gaza.
They were not blockading Israel, and if you sincerely believe the Houthis are authentically acting out of humanitarian interest while ignoring the incredible lack of care they have for humanitarian like norms and rights in their own territory, like again, like you're a mark, right? You're falling for it, you know. This would be like listening to Iran talk about like the plight of Muslims in the Middle East against America and think they're being sincere or whatever, as opposed to just using it as a way of galvanizing people against America and legitimizing their own power.
I don't know what else to say about it, man, but this is bad. And so we told you from the very beginning in those long Israel segments, we told you, look out, because this is how giant regional wars start. This is how it happens.
That's that's not true. Giant regional wars usually start with efforts at occupation or boots on the ground. Firing missiles from afar doesn't usually result in the same kind of outcomes. And I know this because we've been firing missiles back and forth with Iranian proxies for like fucking decades in the Middle East without it leading to a conflict with Iran. Sorry, just like articles on how the Houthis have de facto legalized slavery so that the more than 1,800 Yemenis work as servants and slaves in the residences and workplace of high-ranking Houthi officials. There's a lot. It's not a good society, man. I would not personally want to go and live in Houthi-controlled Yemen, you know? That I would not enjoy that, in my personal opinion. They have a caste system. It's just I like the idea that they're acting out of humanitarian interest is just so misguided, I feel.
You know, it's a little bit of we're backing Israel. Israel's massacring civilians in Gaza. Then it's Israel doing tit for tat with Hezbollah in one area, and then it's us, the U.S., bombing Shia militias in Iraq, bombing Shia militias in Syria. Israel taking out a Hezbollah commander here, an Iranian commander here, a Hamas leader in Beirut.
I know we're missing a couple of specifics here, but typically when we engage with Shia militias in Iraq or Syria, it's because they've also been firing on us. In fact, I believe they've made hundreds of attacks against U.S. bases since October 7th. Again, like, the specifics on this, you know, often get kind of blurry when viewed from afar, but very often, like, you know, people interpret this as like, well, we're just sort of like vindictively killing Muslims for no reason, as opposed to, in many cases, like they are literally engaging in conflict against us, and defensively they are shot or like retaliation is taken.
Route in Lebanon, wildly illegal. You can't just bomb Lebanon. They did. And
didn't
then
ISIS take credit for the Lebanon thing? Didn't Israel bomb Lebanon? Yeah, they've done that, yeah.
Now we are in a hot
They
war.
shouldn't have put their country so close to our bases. They're Shia militias backed by Iran. What are you suggesting? Wait, they've been attacking bases in Iraq. What are you suggesting? That Iran has sovereignty over Iraq? Vasha was a joke? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hey, how am I supposed to tell with stream being what it's been, you know? Come on. You know. I was just kidding. Okay, no. I'm not mad. It's just like what, you know, given how the stream's been, you're getting twitchy. You're right, I'm getting the shakes over here, you know. I'm seeing ghosts.
Or bombing Yemen, completely illegal, completely unconstitutional.
Not illegal or unconstitutional.
And for what? We know the answer. The thing that we're doing it for is to continue to allow Israel to carpet bomb children.
No, that's not why we're doing it. It's because it threatens international maritime trade. Israel is perfectly capable of continuing to bomb children, regardless of what the Houthis do.
Never been more disgusted than I am right now. And by the way, if you turn on mainstream media, whoo, good luck getting the context. There is not a single
Good luck getting the context while listening to lefties, man. Fuck. I feel like you'll get more info reading a CNN article than you'll get from, like, going on Twitter and looking at lefties. Holy shit. Like, at least if you go to a CNN article, you'll get, like, basic details on the thing. Whereas, it feels like all you'll get from the, like, Twitter lefty takes is, like, you know, illegal war, exactly like Iraq, invasion of Iraq, it's happening again, we did this, you know, the Houthis were bravely protecting the Palestinian babies, you know, it's like, fuck, God.
In mainstream media that will tell you the very basic thing. Hey, why is Yemen doing this? Why are they policing and patrolling the Red Sea? Why are they trying to block?
You can't... Leaving aside the fact that they're not policing or patrolling the Red Sea, they're just randomly attacking civilian vessels, that's just a lie. What the fuck gives them the authority to police the Red Sea? There's international waters. Well, you can't do, you literally can't do that in accordance with international law. You're not allowed to do that. You can't, policing international waters to attack civilian vessels, you can't, that's not a thing. Like, come on.
Ships here, I don't understand. Again, they're doing it to try to stop Israel from doing a genocide. Putting economic pressure on them to try to stop them from doing a genocide.
Like the USA is? The USA is there because ships in international waters are being attacked. And then the US ships got attacked, you know? Past the point, it's kind of on the Houthis. Like, the United States is not going over there to attack civilian merchant vessels. At least not to my knowledge.
That's why. Now, when you hear that context, it's a lot harder to critique it, isn't it?
I'm critiquing.
And by the way, Hassan Piker was saying on Twitter that he turned on CNN and they were describing the U.S. illegally bombing Yemen as a de-escalatory action.
I wonder why. That's crazy, dog. I wonder why.
Oh, man. Holy shit, man. This is bad. This is bad.
It's fine. All right. Well, as long as we're doing this, as long as we're sinking to the fucking dredges of content.
Joe Biden, the U.S. president, is expected to make a statement tonight in the wake of the military strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen.
YouTube?
The strikes are expected
Thank
shortly.
you.
With
YouTube? Oh, no. On your time, YouTube. I thought it was a clean transition from Kyle Kalinske to Hassan Piker, but no, that's fine. Just randomly decide that.
Statements
okay,
of the
thank
U.S.,
you.
UK, and other international allies to follow.
Well, why is it lagging?
Right,
you see that? My
Britain is
cursor?
expected to join in.
Why is it lagging? What, YouTube? Okay, I'm gonna close the page and reopen the page. Why was that lagging? I'm just gonna. This has been happening to me all day. Is YouTube
Joe
being
Biden,
fucky?
the U.S. president, is expected to make a statement tonight in the wake of the military strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The strikes are expected shortly with a series of carefully choreographed statements of the U.S., UK, and other international allies to follow. That came right after Britain is expected to join in the U.S. in carrying airstrikes on Houthi military positions in Yemen tonight. America and Western forces
use Firefox. I guess I probably should. People call me a furry anyway, right?
Are taking stronger action once again.
Is this beard usually this thing? Is he? It's because it's winter, right? Some people do seasonal beards. You know, I just have the same beard all the time.
Against the trade routes that the Houthi military has been able to stop, instead of course, doing anything about the ongoing atrocities, crimes against humanity in Gaza, because that's their ally. That's how it works. If you're looking for honesty, if you're looking for integrity, if you're
his coat is getting thicker for warmth. Man, I genuinely, like, I really, really wish that I could stand wearing warm clothing while streaming, because he looks good. He's what is he wearing? Like a light jacket or a sweater with like the shirt underneath it, you know? But wearing 2 layers while streaming, that sounds like agonizing to me. Just open a window? Yeah, but then there's noise too. Like, the cold is one thing, but turning on the AC or opening a window means noise as well. It's because you're so hairy? Yeah, but Hassan is hairier than I am. Weren't you literally wearing a jacket for stream yesterday? Yeah, but that jacket is particularly light. Like, that jacket is super, super, like, breezy and open, you know?
Looking for moral clarity in the situation, you will not find it. America operates on the boundaries of self-interest. That's it. It's that simple. The side that's trying to stop the genocide, it's done. It's very obvious. If people start blowing up like random parts of America because there's ammo depots there, like, what are we talking about? You can't do that. You are the United States of America. You're like 8,000 miles away from this area, and you've decided, like, I'm going to blow up your weapons depot. Like, this makes no sense. Just did it, Bubba.
The Houthis attacked international maritime trade. Huh? I feel like every time I hear this get described, the impression I get from the description is that the US, like, for no reason, just moseyed on 10,000 miles east to, like, bomb Yemen. Like, nothing happened prior to that.
I know it makes a lot of people's dicks hard to think, like, oh, they're doing this and we're showing our might.
It does,
towards
yeah.
a population
It's
of
true.
people that we had been doing we had been genociding, basically, and not directly genociding, indirectly genociding with a regional proxy. Like, we outsourced our genocide of the Yemeni population to Saudi Arabia, okay?
And now we're here to do it
It
ourselves.
blows my
We're
mind
taking
that, like,
a
Americans
hands-on...
champion this kind of thing. You get no benefits from this, dog. They're not even doing this for your security. They're doing this to flex for Israel, basically.
Dude, man, God damn it. You guys are going to end up making me fucking sympathize with the, like, liberals in the UK, who, like, the Labour Party's anti-Semitic or whatever. Dude, come on. Holy shit. I really do. There's like a horseshoe theory thing or whatever, where there's like a group of people who understand that America is the big dog here and that Israel is like, we keep around and we defend because of like a regional proxy wedge against Iran and like other stuff or whatever. And then like on both the far right and the far left, there's the belief that Israel is actually calling the shots, you know? I don't know. It's very frustrating. Or lefties just incredibly uncharitable. Well, it's just that lefties can't do foreign policy anymore. They used to be able to, you know.
So it's additionally odd when Americans are like
100 years
they're
ago.
going to find out why we don't have healthcare. And it's like, bro, you really think that's chill? You just said it's cool that you don't have healthcare because America gets to aid and abet in genocide. Like, you think that's...
Aid and abet in genocide by attacking depots that were firing drones and missiles at civilian vessels in the Red Sea. It's just... Yeah.
Right now. That is what you would be saying. But when America's doing it, it's like, no, actually, you don't get it, dog. This is, you know, I'm doing profound foreign policy analysis here, okay? Let me tell you. I somehow always magically find the exact triangulated position that America is good, actually. They're trying their best. You see, two of some of the worst genocidal superpowers historically come together and, like, start bombing Yemen, a country that they were, you know, dishing out their regional actors to do a genocide in. Shortly after that genocide is ended, the blockade is ended. And you're like, I think the guys that were doing the genocide are the...
Speeches like this are meant to sound good to lefties because they appeal to the vibes that people on the left are sympathetic to, you know? There's a bunch of, like, vague allusions to the imperial, colonial, and genocidal tendencies of the US and the UK, which exist, certainly. That's why the vibe impression works. The truth of the matter is that this is purely about international maritime trade, and precision strikes were taken against Houthi targets. This has literally nothing to do with genocide. It has nothing whatsoever to do, even with the broader population of Yemen. It's a specific response to a specific set of behaviors. But this sounds convincing because it's like gesturing vaguely at this, like, oh, wow, two imperial nations coming together to attack a country that's been the victim of a genocide funded by the United States, which that's not wrong. That's true, but it also doesn't speak to the actual truth of the matter, you know? It's focusing on the points that are irrelevant to distract you from the ones that are relevant. which, you know, it doesn't actually answer anything. It doesn't resolve anything or give you any understanding of the conflict. There's a reason why so many of the people in chat who have questioned me on this seem to be coming from a place of literally no knowledge. You know, there are a lot of people in chat. Basically, everyone I've seen on Twitter or in my own chat who disagrees with me seems to disagree with me on illegitimate grounds. Not to say that there's no way to legitimately disagree with me. You can. That's fine. But a lot of people who disagree just don't seem to know what the fuck is going on, or they don't seem to understand what maritime trade is. So as a consequence of that, it's like you don't even have the grounds to disagree with me. You could know more to disagree with me, but you don't know enough to disagree with me. And I feel like a lot of these people are Hassan viewers. I don't know, like it's vibes-based analysis, you know? Like it's not to say, you know, there's no validity to bringing up the fact that America, you know, participation in genocide, assisting Saudi Arabia in the, like, you know, many dead in Yemen, that kind of thing. But, like, by qualifying only those points, you're misleading people on the actual cause and, like, consequences of this conflict. It's very much like an aesthetic position. It's very aesthetically charming, you know? It's very aesthetically, you know, compelling.
The good guys here, I think. Yeah. Genuine question, why does everyone complain about the supposed America is bad takes you have? Isn't there enough proof to show that they are bad? Yes, because they, you know what the reason why?
See, that's it. That's the vibes take that I'm talking about right there. Why are people contesting your belief that America bad? Isn't America bad? Like, this has nothing to do with what's being discussed, but like that's the important aesthetic point that they feel the need to constantly reaffirm. You know, it's like a big like drum circle where everyone's chanting like, well, you know, America bad, America bad. Like you have to remind yourself always, hey, talking point A, talking point B. Okay, but America bad, right? Yeah, America bad, America bad. Again, it's vibes, it's aesthetics.
People get very mad at that because liberals fancy themselves to be like intellectually superior to the dumb hogs that they want to desperately not identify.
And this, by the way, this is like the lefty, like, fuck you, mom and dad aesthetic that so many of the young viewers in Hassan's chat like. They love the idea that the discourse that's happening right now is lefties wisely proclaiming America bad and liberals hearing that and going, no, America good, as if liberals haven't since the Iraq War been doing the whole like you know, America's a shit country actually bit. Like the discourse they're on is literally decades out of date. Liberals have been performatively indicating that America is a fallen country full of dipshits and rednecks for decades now. There's a highly classist element to it in a lot of cases, you know. The reasons why they say America bad may not be the same ones that lefties do, but like the idea that liberals are like balking at this, they're like waging a shower war. They're having a battle in their minds, you know, against the liberal that is their mother and their father, which is, you know, again, not relevant to the situation in Yemen, I feel.
But when it comes to foreign policy, if you are pro-American global dominance, you are identical to a hog. That's it.
See, that's it. If you think that piracy of international maritime trade is bad, it's because you're pro-American dominance. Never mind the fact that it's an international coalition and the UN Security Council backed the vote prior without the dissent from Russia or China. They could have said no. They could have ruled no, but they didn't, you know? But no, this is America doing it. The only reason America and the UK are the ones handling it is because A, the UK wants to buddy along because they want something to do. You know, their country's dying. Why not? And America just has so many boats, you know, like choo-choo, big boats.
The difference between a hog and a liberal is that on its foundations, they still come from the same place, American exceptionalism, and America has to be the world police. Just the hog says more slurs while conducting.
This is such like I'm 5 and this is smart leftist analysis. Yeah, that's the difference between liberals and conservatives. Yeah, that's true. You know, I mean, neocons are liberals and there's an analysis to be made there in terms of social perspectives. But right now, neoconservatives are the vast minority in government. Like the conservatives in government are fascist aligned, which means that they're not like this isn't the far right in American government is making the same talking points as the left. They're doing the like fake isolationist thing about Biden starting another war in the Middle East, you know? Like this analysis just doesn't work. It doesn't translate.
itself and making an argument. The liberal, on the other hand, that is not a hog, a Democratic Party voter, still has the same interest, still wants the same things to happen, but they don't say
That's just not like by hog. Again, by hog, do we mean neocon like John McCain type? Because if that's the case, I think there is some validity to the analysis. But if by hog we mean like MAGA Republican, then no, the material interests differ significantly there. It's vague on purpose. Yeah, it is vague on purpose. It doesn't mean anything, you know? He uses hog as interchangeable with neocon. Okay, but like who's a neocon anymore? When was the last time you saw a fucking neocon? You know? Well, I like if he's referring to Republicans broadly, this is just factually incorrect.
as many slurs. They think it's like kind of mean and rude to champion genocide while simultaneously also saying that you're championing genocide.
What does this mean? What does this mean? Liberals think it's mean to be pro-genocide, but they say they're what is this vague vibe based? This doesn't mean anything.
It's a kinder, gayer imperialism. The U.S. and the U.K. are now bombing Yemen so that the precious Israeli occupation regime can continue its genocide of Gaza, and the Western media and political class are cheering it on and celebrating. The same ones who demanded every nation on earth do everything for Ukraine. I guess the analog is basically like, what would we do in this situation? You know what I mean? Like, America already did this against Russia to a certain degree. What Yemen is doing.
We engaged in piracy and civilian vessels and maritime what?
But if like Estonia tried
wait, can you qualify that? What we did? I wasn't aware of that. We did that? Whether we just started randomly attacking ships somewhere in the ocean because of Russia? Did we do that?
Tried to do this to Russia, right? As Russia was like blowing up Ukraine, everyone was celebrated. Everyone be like, oh, thank God there's someone out there that's like doing the righteous thing.
What? Are we talking about preventing Russian military ships from leaving the... What? Estonia blockade Russia? What are we... I don't even know what we're referring to. Estonia blockade Russia. I don't know what we're referring to. The closest thing that happened was a Georgian ship refused to refuel a Russian military ship. I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no idea. I'm like baffled. I have no clue what he's talking about here. He means sanctions? Well, that's all we're fucking talking about. Yemen can sanction Israel. I don't care. Sure, yeah, for all the good that'll do.
Poll of Americans tonight. Ask them if they know who the Houthis are, where they live, why we are bombing them, and whether the president has the authority under the Constitution to bomb them. Go. Yeah. 30%.
I'm not contesting the idea that Americans are brain dead.
GOP voters support bombing Agrabah, the city from Aladdin. America has a ton of blockades on countries that aren't...
It's Agrabah, if I recall correctly, not Agrabah, Hassan?
It's not at war with? Yeah. The statement from Biden on the airstrikes in Yemen, Gaza, of course, not mentioned once. Statement from President Joe Biden on coalition strikes in Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen. Today, at my direction, U.S. military, together with the United Kingdom and with support from Australia...
I have to say, it is very validating for me to watch Hassan do the same thing that I do, where he gets tired of reading enormous blocks of text, so he just kind of slurs his way through it and skips, like, you know, whatever he can to get the point across. I sympathize with that unironically. Reading a bunch of text is so annoying.
Canada and the Netherlands successfully conducted strikes against a number of targets in Yemen used by Houthi rebels to endanger freedom of navigation in one of the world's most vital waterways. The strikes are in direct response to unprecedented Houthi attacks against international maritime vessels in the Red Sea, including the use of anti-ship ballistic missiles for the first time in history. These attacks have endangered U.S. personnel, civilian mariners, and our partners, jeopardized trade, and threatened freedom of navigation. So why are the Houthis doing this? Is a question I would love to ask. Like, why are they...
So here's a question, by the way. Why would a presidential statement on a strike on Yemen include the Houthis' disingenuous explanation for why they're randomly attacking civilians. Like, if a bunch of terrorists took over a bank and started killing civilians, would the police statement need to say, like, by the way, here's a paragraph of how they're saying they're doing this for peace in the Middle East, you know, and like, let's dedicate some time to explain how this is actually like a sincere and genuine effort on their part to, you know, bring about. I don't think that would happen. I think all he really needs to do is explain what the military strike is and why it's being done, which he did, you know. I don't know why he would dedicate any time to like providing their justification for piracy. That doesn't really seem like his priority.
Implementing a blockade. Why has America killed more than they have? You can't just meme away from the Houthis have done. They've been trying to topple the Yemeni government for 30 years, of which had normal relations in the Middle East. Why aren't we talking about Iran-sponsored Shia militant groups all over the Middle East to rise up against Sunni governments, which are much more in favor of normalization with Western powers in Israel? Not that Sunnis are innocent in killing Shiites, but this is a 1,000-year conflict that's not going to change. I'm done. I can't do this. What do you mean, dude? Normalizing with Western powers and...
He didn't really say much about the Biden statement, apart from like, why didn't Biden give the steel man of the Houthi terrorism argument?
In Israel, what are we talking about? Hello? Are you familiar with Western powers in Israel and what they're doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we impugning that chatter for talking about irrelevant shit while invoking the Saudi Arabian genocide of Yemen in a conversation about the current, like, Red Sea piracy discourse, you know?
You have America's boot shoved so far up your ass that it's coming out of your mouth when you have...
This is like every response, right? Like, this is like every, like, anytime anytime anyone in chat does the, it's like this sort of like performative 2-minute hate where it's like, you are pro-America, you are pro-America, which I'm sure a lot of the people he says this are, but I feel like this is all he does, you know?
This conversation, you just immediately take it for granted. Like, your standard of modernity is how well they get along with two imperial powers in the region, two destabilizing forces in the region that have killed more than anyone else. That is unimaginable. I know.
Is he unironically arguing that the Houthis represent more stable governance in Yemen than the original Yemeni government does? Well, I think he actually is arguing. I think he's legitimately saying, like, well, the Houthis are more anti-West than the previous Yemeni government, or the current, I guess, technically Yemeni government. So that means that they're actually better. All right.
Me 11 days to yell at a chatter, but god damn, what a...
Listen, okay? Child marriage and slavery are actually very stable and authentically Middle Eastern cultural practices, all right? So actually, by promoting those, the Houthis are more authentic representatives of the interests of the Yemeni people than the previous government.
Idiotic approach to the subject, dude. That's insane. That's your standard? Wow, I can't believe how good Saudi Arabia is in the region because of how aligned they are with Western powers in Israel, even though they're doing a genocide in Yemen, or they conducted it. If this is your standard of who's a good operative in the region, then yeah, you are morally righteous. Except this is an incredibly idiotic way to assess the situation.
Didn't the chatter say Iran, not Saudi Arabia? I don't know.
How else is there going to be stability? Brother, please.
He sounds like Charlie from It's Always Sunny.
Just take a deep breath and really think about your output here. You are a...
Okay, this is going to be like a long bit on the chatter thing. It's probably going to happen more too. Hold on.
Them when you can use them as a talking point against whatever foreign adversary of leadership do not have the balls to take a stand against. Oh my God. Listen, the Houthis may use child soldiers to force women to be brides, but they aren't against the Western hegemony. Brother, why do you think this is a good talking point?
Okay, wait. There are responses that you could make to this, Hassan. I just want to see you make them, okay? I want to see you make these talking points, all right? Like, so here's a good example, right? Hamas, in terms of like the average political prescription of a member of Hamas, is significantly more reactionary than your average person in Israel, you know? The difference really is a matter of access to power. Hamas is a weak insurgent group, and Israel is a fully militarily industrialized modern nation, meaning that fascist tendencies in Israel are much more capable of being acted upon. Nonetheless, I defend the Palestinians, and even the idea of Hamas like engaging in defensive action on the behalf of Palestinians, because they're in a position where A, their reactionary tendencies are a consequence of the material forces in the region that are not their fault, like what Israel has done to them, and B, it's kind of like a what alternative situation, right? How far has diplomacy gotten the Palestinians? So I think you could legitimately say, look, The Houthis do a lot of bad things, but instability in the region usually tends to promote fascist strongmen and religious zealots, and those are all things that Houthis have used to like construct their power base. You know, the Houthis have sort of like desperately cobbled together a bunch of political and religious prescriptions as a way of gathering together as much support as they can in the more populated regions of Yemen. And a lot of those are negative because they've had to appeal to like conservative traditions and more like rural regions. And that means shit like slavery and child soldiers to an extent, because those like hierarchical tendencies get reified in the Houthi government. But all of these things are a consequence of regional instability that we've contributed to. That, by the way, what I just did right there, that's a correct argument. I did it. Right. Did you see? Did you see me do that? Right there, I did it. That was a response that Hassan could make right here. That would be like I guess like a valid one here. Okay, so let's see what he actually says. I mean, maybe it will be that good. I feel
we in Afghanistan directly aligned with boy fuckers and allowed it to continue in Afghanistan. Do you care about boy fucking and putting an end to boy fucking? No, you don't. Shut the
appeal to hypocrisy. Okay. There is half of a legitimate argument here, but like I think the person here would probably denounce the boy fucking from the ANA. I'm just guessing here, but I feel like the person in chat would probably, if given the opportunity, say, yes, I think that the systemic rape of children by the ANA in Afghanistan was bad. That's just a guess of mine, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it's just a weak appeal to hypocrisy.
the fuck up. You don't. You don't. My point is always, it doesn't matter if they're good or bad on the same boundaries that you are trying to apply to them.
Hold on, we have a mad chatter. Their first message in chat, I feel. You justify the USA attacking Houthi targets in Yemen by saying the USA warned them to stop blocking ships in the Red Sea. So again, they're not blocking ships in the Red Sea. They're randomly attacking civilian ships. Not blocking. Like, they don't really have the equipment to block. You know, they just fire missiles and drones. Israel is committing a genocide. Really? I'm just hearing about this. And your country... Sorry, I should include the swears. Israel is committing a fucking genocide, and your fucking country explicitly supported Israel and preemptively condemned South Africa's case against Israel at the ICJ. That was all in caps. I can't believe you're surprised by the fact that leftists are complaining the U.S. is taking action against Houthis in Yemen. You're honestly so retarded, fuck you. Wait, what was even the argument there? Wait, you didn't even make an argument. You just described something happening in the Red Sea, then said America's pro-Israel and is doing bad things, and then you left. We've been visited by a Hassan chatter. What was the argument? I agree. Yeah, like people... People love to do this with me. They'll be like, bro, you'll say anything to defend Israel, not knowing what I'm known for. For those of you who don't know, approximately like 3 months after I started streaming, I got permanently banned from Twitch for saying that America should nuke Israel in like a frothing at the mouth rage fest argument over Israeli fascists and their treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank. Like it got me permanently banned from Twitch. That's why I set up on YouTube. That's why I'm still a YouTube streamer. It took me years to get rid of that permanent ban. That's the start, like, of all the people, you know? I need to see that clip. I don't even know if that clip exists. Yeah, that's why White Forest exists. Yeah, that's why this website exists, you know? I think it does. Yeah, based. I thought it was because you said cracker. That was the second time I got banned.
My point is, let the people of...
Vosh, okay, but why are we talking so little of the civilians killed in the strike? Wait, hold on. I have to check your logs. Is this like a bit that are you like teeing me up? Should we not pay closer attention to the consequence of civilians being killed, civilians being killed, civilians being killed? I've got good news for you. According to the Houthis, our first round of strikes did not kill a single civilian. There you go. I don't know if you're being sincere or not. I don't blame you for not knowing that, like, magically. But yeah, no. According to the Houthis, not a single civilian was killed in 73 strikes across Yemen. No, I straight up didn't know. Yeah, I think it's 5 Houthi militants were killed. Soldiers. I mean, the Houthis have a military, you know? And 4 were wounded. Or is it 6 wounded? I don't know. But it was all members of their army.
Yemen deal with it. but you don't want to do that. You want America to deal with it. The idea that like you have the gall, the audacity to be like the women in Afghanistan, like that is the only way that we can genuinely implement stability. How stable is Afghanistan?
Okay, now we're just talking about Afghanistan because we didn't engage with the point made by the chatter.
First, the Jews on it. America is bombing Yemen because Yemen is stopping commerce from flowing through the Red Sea. And the commerce is stopping in the Red Sea specifically because...
Well, hold on. I don't like stopping commerce because it implies that they're just doing a blockade. They're firing at civilian vessels. There is a meaningful distinction there. A blockade is, you know, well, a blockade is still violent to an extent, but I think there's a meaningful distinction between, like, we have blocked off the strait versus we are firing missiles and sending drones at civilian cargo ships, you know?
Because Israel is conducting actions in Gaza that are akin to genocide.
That's not why they're doing it. Remember when he said China was good for annexing Tibet because the Tibetans are primitive? Yeah, wait, hold on. Didn't he say that because the Tibetans had slaves in a caste system that China annexing them was good? The Houthis have slavery. Should we annex Yemen? 51st state? 51st state, boys? Is it time? Time for us to finally expand our borders? From sea to shining sea. Meaning the red.
Stop saying my hate group is better than the other. What is your solution? Chatter, who has been in here since 2008, who I'm glad hasn't gotten a lobotomy yet, I guess. What is your solution to the situation? Because you're surely celebrating blowing up the Yemeni population.
The Houthis specifically, not the Yemeni population. Though, to be fair, when Hassan did this stream, he would not yet have known that no civilians were killed. Though I doubt he'll change his rhetoric after finding that out. But at the time this stream was done, we did not have any report on whether or not any civilians were killed.
It seems like you like that, so you're championing that. Don't sit here and act like you have a better solution.
Wait, the solution is to bomb the Houthis. Wait, that is the solution. The main question really is how effective it'll be, right? You know, can we pepper the Houthis in such a way as to actually deter them from menacing ships in the Red Sea? I mean, we'll have to see. You know,
you can just sit there and say, "Oh, it's my hate group is better than the other." You have a hate group.
This.
Invade and destroy the Houthi gigachad. Yes, you're a pathetic, sniveling little coward who recognizes that his empire is crumbling.
Why shit, dude? Why do lefties just say stupid shit like this? You sound like right-wingers who say the Roman Empire is collapsing again because they saw a black woman on TV. The fuck are you talking about? The Houthis fire a salvo at missiles at the ocean, at the Red Sea, half a kilometer from the boat they were aiming at, and the empire is crumbling? Come on. Why do they insist on saying this? I'm not joking. Fucking Olarida-ass, Chudjack-ass motherfuckers. Any fucking time anything happens, it's billions must die. The empire is collapsing. The West has fallen, but like affirmatively this time, you know? Why? It's so stupid. Come on. Lefties love doing this shit, dude.
And the only thing you can do is cope with the reality that America has done nothing for you, specifically with all of its imperial bounty, so you can think, oh yeah, we can roll over one of the poorest...
Imperial bounty? The wealth of America is procured through neocolonialism. We don't do primitive accumulation anymore. That's like a very old... Like, that's an earlier stage of capital. We're in late stage capitalism now. We don't do that. Imperial bounty? This is some, like, 18th century talking point shit, you know? Also...
Specifically with all of its imperial bounty, so you can think, oh, yeah, we can roll over one of the poorest countries on the fucking planet. Good. Congratulations.
It's not rolling. It's targeted strikes against airfields and stuff to prevent them from randomly attacking civilians. Yeah, but they love when he uses terms like that. Yeah, because it's an aesthetic argument. It's vibes based. It's like, oh man, we're so lefty because we're using the term imperial bounty when talking about American. Well, okay, if by imperial bounty you literally mean like neo-colonial trade, I guess, but that feels like a misuse of the term. Like when I think of imperial bounty, like a bounty, I'm thinking like actual looting and plunder. It's just using terms, just terms, you know. Using terms, having fun, terms, love terms, using terms.
Congratulations, dumbass. You did it. You're still a pathetic loser who's not going to be able to pay rent. Your boss is going to one girlfriend that you maybe will ever be able to get, and you have no.
Why does this sound the same way that like red pill right wingers try to like amp up their audience with like negging? You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're not even lefty pilled, bro. You can't make rent. You know, you don't even have a Bugatti. Your boss is fucking your girlfriend. I don't know. I mean, I say a lot of wacky out of pocket shit as well. I don't know. I feel like the vibes are off there, but maybe that's my own vibes argument, you know? You do this too. I feel like the difference is usually when I do stuff like this, I try to make it come across as not too self-serious, and it feels like Hassan isn't, but maybe that's just me being uncharitable. Because when I do rants like that, I mean, I am playing it up for a bit. Like, I am trying to do this, like, you know, semi-serious thing, and maybe he is too. Maybe he is too, you know, maybe he is too.
No recourse whatsoever. For the rest of your life, you're going to be a pathetic little pleb who goes, that's awesome. We got it, baby. We're killing the Houthis out there. It's so
That's so me, by the way. I love saying this.
Stupid, brother. There's no way for you to ever recover from this. This is how desperate white supremacist Nazis are.
Bro, go on Twitter right now. The Nazis are defending the Houthis. Like all of them. The Houthis, the Nazis like the Houthis for the same reason that Andrew Tate pretended to be Muslim, because radical Islamists tend to be very anti-Semitic, and they like using them as a wedge against Israel. And they're benefiting substantially from the current, like, discourse being aligned against Israel.
You are behaving in the exact same way that the jawless, chinless Iowa Nazis behave. Oh, I know I can't get a job, and I don't want to examine the material conditions. Everyone has told me that as a white man, I'm supposed to be so powerful.
Seriously, what does any of this have to do with that? What? Who out here is supporting the strike on the Houthis? Who? Like, I have not seen anyone supporting the strike on the Houthis on the basis of like, haha, they're dumb Muslims. Maybe Ben Shapiro? I guess like Ben Shapiro types, people with like neocon aligned perspectives. I don't really know. Maybe, but like the actual white supremacists and Nazis tend to be anti-Israel, and for that reason, they're supporting the Houthis. Like, you can go look at clips of Nick Fuentes defending the Houthis on Twitter right now.
And none of that happened, so what must be the real problem? Oh, that's right, I'm gonna go dominate black people real quick.
In Yemen? I have no idea what we're talking about right now at this moment. In the current moment. I genuinely this feels like it's not projection. It's just I feel like all of the talking points are being rolled together like it's Katamari Damacy, and he's just like collected all of the like vaguely adjacent talking points together into a kind of I have no idea. It's leftist slop content. It kind of is, yeah. I usually think of slop content as something that's not live streamed, because live streams have their own sets of expectations with regards to like quality and behavior and what have you. But like, I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, leftist word salad slop. I don't know. All vibes.
I'm gonna go act like I am superior to them. I am descendant of the Nord Vikings. But you're not. You're a fucking loser. Just like that fucking Nazi is a loser. You are the exact same kind of loser. Instead of looking for some esoteric, mythical Nordic rune that you want to identify with, you have identified with being an American pig.
I don't know what Blood is waffling about. I'm sorry. I don't even remember what the original thing he was responding to said.
Being a capitalist warmonger. You don't even have like any kind of mythology associated with it. It is just indiscriminate bombing campaigns done for ExxonMobil, done for...
Yeah, dog. ExxonMobil, Operation Prosperity. Yeah, dude, it's all the talking points just rolling together. This is the Iraq War. This is the Vietnam War. Imperial bounty. We're starting a war with Iran. World War III. You're a Nazi. You're a capitalist. You're a warmonger. You hate black people. You're like, yeah, it's fucking whatever, dude. Just toss it all at the wall. See what sticks. You know, fuck. Dude, you're bourgeoisie. You're a kulak. You know, fuck. Oh my god.
Wealthy, powerful individuals that will consistently fuck you. They will fuck you over and over again. You have no identity.
This rant would go hard if I was 14. Yeah, that's kind of. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of how it's marketed, right?
You're grabbing on to what remains of America's industry, the military-industrial complex, and all of its output. That is so sad.
You're a diehard Raytheon fan if you oppose piracy of any kind. It's just, I don't know.
Fix your life, chatter. Jesus Christ, dude, is wild. Absolutely wild to be writing this hard for American corporations and American imperial.
Which corporations are we referring to? Which ones? Which corporations? Which ones?
It doesn't even come back to fucking help you, you idiot. We have no cohesive national identity even. We are literally a patchwork of different corporations. It's like
I'm sorry, would having a cohesive... Wait, first of all, that has nothing to do with what's being talked about. For two, why would we want a cohesive national identity? That's assimilationist rhetoric. The whole point of America is to be a melting pot. Like, there are tons of regional differences culturally between different states, regions within the state. What does that even mean? So, like, unironically, what is he talking about? Like, I feel like he's projecting some weird political beliefs he has onto this. It's like incoherent bullshit. What... I genuinely have no idea, you know? It sounds like Nas bullshit almost. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly the arguments he's making here don't sound any meaningfully different from the kind that you would see from like Nick Fuentes on the subject, right?
a bunch of corporate towns put together. The only glue that holds Americans together is this like weird American identity of dominating other countries that are way poorer than we are.
Yeah, that's true. That's the cultural thread that binds. That's definitely true. That's yeah. That's an accurate description of American politics, and not like a 14-year-old sophomoric, like, I just realized the Iraq war is a bad thing take. The only thing America has in common is that they like being evil. You know, okay.
It's so sad. And every single time.
How long does this go on? This isn't even about Yemen.
We, institute our might. We go overseas and we blow their fucking bases up, and, we blow their weapons supplies, and we're like, yeah, those guys are the bad guys. You think we're doing something good, but like when we steal their natural resources.
In Yemen? Are we doing that right now? It's the Iraq war. Everything is the Iraq war. Everything is the Iraq war. All foreign policy is the Iraq war. The Iraq war. It's all the Iraq war. The boats are their national resources. When we shoot down the missiles they fire at civilian cargo ships, we're actually stealing their scrap metal. We're taking their natural resources.
At the end of the day, you don't even get a crumb of that. Like, what good is this entire imperial project?
That's true. I thought I personally would be massively enriched by efforts at stopping piracy in the Red Sea. But, I guess, yeah, now that I'm looking at it, how it's developing, I'm not even going to get 1 pound of sand shipped to me in a mason jar. The natural resources of Yemen, distributed wide across the United States.
If you can't even get health care. I love the notion of being like, dog, I hate the Houthis because they have child brides, which is why I want to fucking kill all the child brides.
That's what Operation Prosperity Guardian is doing. We're using high-level American satellite intel to target every married 14-year-old girl in Yemen with precision Tomahawk missile strikes. We're going to use that samurai missile drone thing, the one with the swords. We're going to use that. We're not even going after the pedophiles who married them. We're just going after the child brides, you know? So, like, we're using missiles so precise that we'll atomize the child brides while they're standing next to and holding hands with the pedophiles who, like, groomed and raped them, you know? That's our strat going into Yemen. Many people are saying this. Yeah. This is like Operation Prosperity Guardian.
With American bombs. Yeah, you know what fixes the child bride situation in Yemen? A Tomahawk missile that taxpayers paid for instead of paying for your dumbass diabetes medication, you stupid fuck. Here's the difference, by the way. No matter where that chatter...
I know that I often make jokes at people, like with regards to like them being fat or problematic or whatever, but I feel like a lot of Hassan's rhetoric when it comes back to attacking America comes back to like a... like kind of chauvinistic like coastal elite looking down on middle America attitude. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like, don't get me wrong, I say lots of problematic shit, but the standards by which I hold my stream and he holds his are different. I feel like the, you know, you can't even afford your diabetes medication isn't really like a joke that I would make, partly because I think it strikes too close to home for a lot of people. And also because it's kind of like the implication that, like, I don't know, like, you dumb fat redneck, you don't... Man, this could be me being uncharitable. There are just vibes that I get from him sometimes. I don't know.
Is ideologically, I still want him to get healthcare. I still want him to get a better education. I still want him to find meaning in his life. That's the difference. I don't believe that, like, just because someone is a dumbass American Nazi that they deserve to get killed.
The Nazis are pro-Houthi. I like, how can you even pretend to be a leftist while being this bad about understanding the discourse? How can you not see that basically every Nazi group has been supporting the Palestinians since October 7th because they've been using it as a way to JQ post? Like, this is not subtle. It's not like a minor shift. It's really fucking obvious that this is happening. How do you not know this?
Okay? I don't think they should be murdered. I think they should have a meaningful life and no longer have those opinions. The goal is always to try and fix the material, the underlying material conditions, so that it is way harder to just like become a Nazi out of nowhere.
One other statement that's worth pointing out here, Austin says, a coalition of countries committed to upholding the rules-based international order demonstrated our shared commitment to defending U.S. and international vessels and commercial vessels exercising navigational rights and freedoms from illegal and unjustifiable attacks. The reason I point that out is because normally when you see the U.S. highlighting their action in support of the international rules-based order, it is, for example...
I love watching consent be manufactured in real time, dude.
There was a UN vote. It's a multinational coalition, and there was a UN vote on condemning the Houthis for this behavior in the harshest of terms. That's not manufacturing consent. This objectively is an international rules-based. Like, the Houthis are absolutely violating, like, laws of the sea by attacking random civilian vessels. They were warned internationally. No, Vosh, the UN members all watched CNN and came to that conclusion. Oh, yeah, that's true. The Security Council had, like, CNN on, and they were like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. Oh, man, piracy is bad, actually. You know? And then that's why they voted. Yeah. I bet you the average lefty online, like, doesn't know about the UN vote, or doesn't even know about, like, the extent to which the world broadly has, like, taken to this, you know? Like, they genuinely think it's just America. Just because we've got the big boats.
Also echoes
awesome.
language in
yeah, we're
his
using
statement.
rule-based international order. Make no mistake, it's our rules. Rule-based international order means we make the rules, and
the rule being don't attack civilian vessels in international waters. I think that's a pretty okay rule. God, I wish I could talk to him for just a minute. Does he seriously think that only the United States believes that you shouldn't attack civilian vessels in international waters? Does he really, like, he's like, oh yeah, man, you fucking Western chauvinist thinking you shouldn't attack civilian vessels that are traveling in international water? What are you, what other, like, basic common sense international rules are actually just America, American imperialism, What else am I attributing wrongly to international consensus?
we give the orders. So, like, for example, you were like, hey, genocide is bad, right? let's say Ansar Allah was like, hey, the genocide of Palestinians is bad. We are going to implement a blockade in the Red Sea.
They weren't implementing a blockade. They were just attacking random civilian vessels. You can take a look at the ones being attacked.
We say, no, genocide is good. We're going to do that. And if you try to stop the genocide in your own little way, we're going to come and blow you up.
I like the implication of this being the idea that America wouldn't have struck the Houthis and initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian if Israel wasn't currently doing a genocide. Like, the way lefties talk about this, the only reason we're doing this is because the Jews told us to. And if Israel was just minding its own business right now and it had nothing to do with Israel, we would actually be totally okay with the Houthis just firing missiles at random civilian ships in open waters, you know? Like, that is legitimately the implication of what Hassan is saying. That, like, oh yeah, you know, we're only doing this for Israel. So in any other circumstances, we would be okay with just random open piracy. That's definitely a real position, you know? Ignore the fact that the entire world teamed up against the Somali pirates. Jesus.
It's
Another
not
angle
something
of the
they've made a big
bombings?
issue out of in the past. Yes, they've referenced it, but it's not been a big issue. Their ability to give unexpected reasons and rationale and do the unexpected.
Remember, chatters, every single thing I said about Palestine was 100% correct. Many people yelled at me at the time. They're like, Hassan, I can't believe you're saying this is genocide. I can't believe you're saying this is genocidal.
Oh, by the way, remember, America is so good that we fired off an explosion that big and killed no civilians. That's our intel, baby.
We found out that that was the case. This is also unacceptable. I'm not saying it's genocidal, but I do think it's unacceptable. And it also is senselessly escalating. The correct way, for those of you in the upcoming days that will ask, well, what would you have done? The correct way to deal with this is by stopping Israel's genocide in Gaza. Did you cover Ansar Allah's statement?
Turkey condemned the attack on the Houthis. Yeah, Turkey is essentially just acting like... Turkey has for a long while now been trying to ingratiate itself further to the Arab side of things because Erdogan is a dictator, and the EU wants him to stop being a dictator, NATO wants him to stop being a dictator, and the Arab world wants him to keep being a dictator as long as he leans more towards them. The Arab world doesn't give a fuck about him being a dictator. So Erdogan has been siding more and more and more with... like anti-Western sides of things, which is sometimes good, as is the case with them supporting the International Court of Justice case against Israel for genocide. But on the other side of things, it's shit like this, right? Oversimplification? Yeah, it's complicated, but I feel like that's a decent summary of what's happening.
America and Britain made a mistake in launching the war on Yemen because they did not benefit from their previous experiences. Had it not been for Bush's foolishness in pushing Ali Saleh to attack us in Saada in 2004, the Yemeni people would not have launched the 2014 revolution that ended the rule of the American ambassador in Sana'a and expelled the Marines from it. Had it not been for the foolishness of America and Britain in pushing Saudi Arabia and the UAE to declare war on us in 2015, Yemen would not have been able to today carry out its religious, moral, and humanitarian duty in supporting Palestine. There is no doubt that America and Britain today regret their
Hassan is literally just going to read that line uncritically and just roll with it. Yemen would not today be able to carry out its religious, moral, and humanitarian duty in supporting Palestine. You're just going to roll right past that, like, uncritically. Like, yep, that's true. Yep, this is a real perspective by people acting in actual good faith and something they really believe, you know? Sounds legit. I will take at their word the words of any Islamist militia, you know, just fire me from a rocket directly into Yemen, the paradise land, just regurgitating propaganda. Yeah, like, again, like, there's no critical engagement whatsoever, you know? Like, lefties will look at an objectively correct statement from a CNN broadcaster and call it manufacturing consent, and then we'll look at blatant propaganda from the other side and go like, ah, yes, of course.
And soon they will realize that direct aggression against Yemen was their greatest folly of their history. The thing is, like, they do talk...
Seriously? Direct aggression against Yemen will be the greatest folly in the history of the United States and Britain? We're just gonna read that and just like, oh yeah, you know, like, dude, like, you might as well have a paragraph in the end here, Hassan reading like, and Allah will curse all of your firstborn sons, or and Hassan's like, yeah, like, what, dude, seriously? The greatest mistake.
A big game, but honestly, they follow through on it. I mean, they're crazy.
Oh my
I don't think this is.
Dude, dude, this fucking idiot, bro. Literally. Yeah, man, those Houthis talk a big game, but like, yeah, they'll follow through. Yep, I guess it will be the greatest mistake. I mean, it seems incredible to me, but when the Houthis say they'll, you know, enact the jihad against America, it'll be the greatest mistake in our history. Oh, I guess, I don't know. I guess we have to believe them. Dude, holy shit. Oh my God. What the fuck? Why is everybody like this? There's like 1 million people watching his stream throughout this going like, yep. Literally, right here, I'm blocking it with my thing. Cough inspired, yep, they don't fuck around. Like, yep, the Houthis, yep, that's the Houthis. We're unironically like pro-Houthi now. We are literally indistinguishable from those people like posting fucking AI images of the Houthis like stomping on Israel or whatever, you know, like a big Houthi militant, you know. Jesus fucking Christ. Remarkable. By the way, the guy whose account that he's looking at right now is literally a member of the Houthi government, the Supreme Political Council. Like he's literally just reading verbatim, like a jihadist insurgent government member's Twitter account and going like just straight off the presses. Like, yeah, yep. The truly Yemen will make the American infidels pay for their arrogance, you know? Our war is moral, and it is not with the American people or the British people, but rather with the Zionist gang that rules Washington and London. Hey, Hassan, have you heard what the Houthis flag says on it? Are you aware of what the Houthis flag says on it? First fucking tweet, or second tweet. Just slightly, you know, just a little bit. Do you think Hassan would be like, no, man, they say Zionists, not Jews. They don't mean Jews. Like, dude, what the fuck? Keep reading. He literally says it's the JQ that cites every war. Bringing down this gang, by gang he means Zionists, is the responsibility of all people, including the American people and the British people. This gang is the one that exploited the need of this American citizen and pushed him to live on someone else's land and house. Do you now know the source of evil in this world? Hassan, remember when I said the Nazis are pro-Houthis? There's a reason for that. There are ideological parallels between Nazis and the group that has "Cursed be the Jews" on their flag. Like, dude, horseshoe theory is unironically true. I'm very sorry to say to all of you guys, I'm not a part of it, but it is true. I'm kind of not joking. Unfortunately, you know, liberals have a point on this one. When it comes to anti-Semitism, the left is not beating the allegations. Literally, what the fuck, dude? I don't know. I feel like I should have something more to say here, but watching Hassan uncritically read like Yemeni propaganda from a government member of the Houthis, then looking at his Twitter and immediately seeing JQ posting is so on point that I feel like I don't even need to add to it with any analysis. It just immediately like, oh my God. Yeah, it kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, it kind of does. How do you, I always forget how to do this. How do you search on a person's Twitter feed? How do you search what this guy has posted? Not on PC? Ugh. From user? Oh, but that's annoying. Here, hold on. Okay, I've Googled this guy's Twitter @ plus Zionist plus Twitter. So we now have 3 tweets that include the word Zionist in them, and I just want to get a character check. Okay? Oh, here's another one where he uses the word Zionist. This was posted a couple days ago. He used the exact same clip of this Israeli settler being horrible to Palestinians. I've seen this clip. So this guy keeps posting the same clips of like one Jewish guy being evil. I wonder why. I wonder what his interests are. The primary responsible for the violations taking place in Palestine are the Zionist officials in Western capitals, such as Washington and London, not the Jewish settlers who were tempted to acquire the land and homes of the Palestinians who were expelled from them. Jacob is one of the settlers from New York who justified his ownership of the usurped home of the original owner by saying, if I do not steal it, someone else is going to steal it. Wait, this guy is defending Jewish settlers in the West Bank. Wait. The primary responsible for the violations taking place in Palestine are not the Zionist officials in Western capitals of Washington and London, not the Jewish settlers who were tempted to acquire the land and homes of the... That's a weird take. I don't even know what to make of that, to be honest. My advice to the U.S. government. People in the world have become more aware of the danger of your immoral foreign policies, and therefore it is no longer in your interest to move to please the Zionist lobby and arms companies at the expense of the security and stability of the world. Zionist entity planted in Palestine. Huh. I think the most sussy tweet was the one we found immediately. This guy sure does like to repeat shit, though. Well.
The distraction from the ICJ chatters. They've been gearing up for this for a while. This is Yahya Sari, spokesman of the Yemen's armed forces. If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is...
Take a look at this guy's Twitter account. Yahya Sari. Oh, he's got a master's degree in political science. That's nice. We love to see it.
Yemen's armed forces. If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is from December 19th. They're similar to the ones that were committed against us in the past 9 years.
This is the current spokesperson.
Bombarding hospitals, they bombarded our hospitals. Bombarding markets, they bombarded our markets. Bombarding schools, they bombarded our schools. Bombarding roads, people while they're soundly sleeping in their homes. Just like it happened to us. It's the same aggressor, the same American bombs being poured on Gaza, were the same ones being poured on us in Yemen. The aggressor is one. The aggressor is one. The leader of it is one. America. The one who led the aggression in Yemen is the same one who's leading it in Palestine. Majority were saying, strike Israel, we dare you. We strike them. They said, seize a ship, we dare you. We seized one and took it to our port in Hodeidah. It greatly honors us that we mobilized against the enemy.
Is he unironically just broadcasting Houthi propaganda now? Yeah, it seems so. Like, legitimate. It does, like, genuinely seem to be just like everyone in his chat going like, yep, literally, like someone here saying that he's not wrong. Facts. You know, like, yeah. Keep like, not even to get into how much the Houthis have like barbarized the Yemeni people, like as if they actually act in the interest of Yemeni people. But like, yeah, they literally admitted their goal isn't to target Israeli ships. Yeah, because the goal is not to sink or seize ships linked to Israel, but rather to force them to use the Road of Good Hope as an economic pressure card in Israel to stop the crime of genocide in Gaza and lift its siege on residents. So it's not, so on one hand, they will say like, yeah, we're not interested in sinking or seizing Israeli ships. We're just trying to pressure people into taking a longer route to apply economic pressure. But then here's the guy Hassan is watching right now, Yahya Sari, saying they carried out naval operations in mid-December against 2 ships linked to the Zionist entity. This means, by the way, that a tiny portion of the shareholder ownership of the company that this ship is chartered underneath is like an Israeli guy. Like, not that they're stopping in Israel or whatever else, just that, you know, very tenuous association. And then down here they say, The Yemeni armed forces reassure all ships heading to all ports across the world, except for Israeli ports, would be safe and must keep the identifying devices open. So wait, hold on a second. Here's the spokesperson for Yemen saying all ships heading to all ports across the sea are fine unless you're heading to or from an Israeli port. But then this random guy is saying, actually, no, we're trying to send all people around the Road of Good Hope. Guys, what do we take from this? They're rabble-rousers. They don't actually care about Palestinians. They're anti-Semites, and they're galvanizing people against the West. They had plenty of reasons to do that before, and now they're doing it by engaging in indiscriminate piracy. They're just doing shit. There's no consistency. There's no strategy. They'll say the literal fucking leader, the spokesperson of the Houthis, says you are safe heading through here unless you are headed for Israeli ports. But they lie, because prior to that, including the two ships right here, they weren't headed to Israeli ports. Hassan is defending these people.
That we are confronting the Zionist enemy who's aggressing on Palestine and our homeland. We will continue to confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression on Gaza stops. This is a very important part. We will confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression on Gaza stops. As for the battle in our homeland, we are, God willing, fully prepared and ready for anything from the enemy. If Saudi and Emiratis even think of leading an aggression on us, commanded by Israel and USA, we are present and ready. They've tried us for 9 years. If they want to do it again, we're here and we're ready. As for America and Israel, if they attack our homeland, they will commit foolishness they've never committed before. The response will be fierce from the people and the armed forces.
Yeah, God forbid people attack Yemen. Everyone knows that Yemen, the nation long gone unattacked, will enact a jihad of unimaginable proportions. If you ever attack Yemen, attack Yemen, you don't say. Wow, that's fucking unprecedented.
We are with our brothers in Palestine and Lebanon in facing Israel because they're our greatest enemy. We didn't say death to America with
Literally
our heads.
all the people in Hassan's chat are just like agreeing with this Houthi commander. Again, slavers, child rapists, butcherers of the Yemeni people, openly lying, anti-Semites, supported by Western Nazis, just uncritical support. It's not America. It's not America, right? It's not, hey, this feels very aesthetically leftist. Look, it's a guy in a red beret. It's a guy in a red beret, He must be a good guy,
It's turn. We are serious about it. A lot of Yemenis believe Houthis are not the best and are corrupt in their own sense, but still most can agree that they are not the greater enemy America and Saudi is. Thank you. That's simply my point. My point is always that many people, you can always find someone who will dick ride America. You're gonna find like Kurdish people, for example, or even Turkish people as well, that will be like, no, America really good actually. What are you talking?
We really want to go down this specific route with the Kurds, Hassan Pecker. I wonder why the Kurds, who have been butchered and oppressed in all of the countries that they live in, might have some pro-American attitudes when America has at points shown solidarity and military support to them. Not legitimately or authentically, to be fair. We've been very bad allies to the Kurds. But I wonder when Kurds are being mistreated in Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and Iran. I wonder if there's some kind of common thread here. You shouldn't be surprised about this type of rhetoric. He said some insanely racist shit about Kurds so many times. Yeah, because to him, Kurds are like the Uyghur Muslims or the Tibetans. The Kurds are like an inconvenient oppressed group, where the oppression they experience is usually done at the behest of anti-American governments. So he has to pretend that the Kurds are like hog people. Oh yeah, the Uyghur Muslims, the Tibetans, they're hog people. They might be oppressed and they might have been colonized or brutalized or murdered, but they're hog people. They're spiritually aligned with the United States because they don't support, the glorious fucking People's Republic of Iran or whatever.
Talking about so much better than the current situation. You go to Iran, there are Shah riders, which is pretty crazy. Most of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. A lot of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. Sorry, but then you have the Shah riders in Iran. Still, they ride them super hard, and they say the most embarrassing stuff.
I think that most of the people who have left Iran actually just don't like Iran. I really don't think the majority of the Iranian expats who dislike Iran are Shah writers. I think they just don't like the fucking Ayatollah. You know, like I feel again like we're doing it again, right? This is an effort. It's like, oh yeah, the people who don't like the glorious, you know, humanitarian People's Republic of Iran. Well, it's because all of them simply long for the days of the Shah. You know, that's the only possible reason that they could feel that way. You know, never mind the fact that the Shah was literally like half a century ago, and that a significant portion of the people who have left Iran or who are within Iran and don't like the Iranian government would have to dislike them based on the behavior of the government itself and the Ayatollah. But, you know, whatever.
You've ever heard in your entire life. It's the classic, like, I am Iranian. You need to glass Iran, my friend. We want the monarchy back. Like, that's the type of energy that you get. But
I grew up around Iranian Persian expats in Beverly Hills, Jews who fled Iran when it became a hyper-radicalized Islamic theocracy. And they don't usually say stuff like, man, I miss the Shah. They usually say stuff like, you know, it sure was cool when Iran wasn't like controlled by Iranian theocrats. Maybe we could do something like that. I've never heard defense of the Shah from any of those people. It's more like, damn, it sure does suck how things turned out there. An opinion held by many people still in Iran.
overall, most people understand, even if they absolutely despise their own current government, as I do for Turkey, they recognize that the American government's involvement is going to be far worse for the country's future.
Really, this again, like, this is incredibly reductive. It genuinely depends. Like, it massively depends. There are plenty of examples where American involvement with a country has actually helped to enrich it, like depending on the order of the country or like its associations. The Middle East, not so much historically, but there are examples where that has been the case, for sure.
That's it. America's gravest mistake, which is not even a mistake, it's a deliberate attempt, but America's worst problem is that it has never allowed these countries to develop their own political movements without interference. That is an issue. So because of that issue...
Lacan, can you fucking tone it down? What the fuck?
A lot of these nations have become infinitely more reactionary as a consequence of that Western involvement, because everybody goes, no, don't touch that shit. What are you talking about? Now we can't even fight our own battles. I know this, once again, from Turkey. America's coup in Turkey literally gave Erdogan a lifeline and another 10, 15 years of mandate. It did. Erdogan directly changed the constitution by referendum, meaning a majority vote gave Erdogan the power to change the Turkish...
Wait, was this a U.S. coup? My understanding was that the Turkey just likes having the military coup its government. They do it for fun. Was this a U.S. coup? Turkish minister says U.S. is behind 2016 failed coup. Okay, so a minister said it. Does that mean it's true? The U.S. State Department said the accusation is wholly false. Is there any... Is there any person who said it who isn't just this person? That's literally an Erdogan talking point. Yeah, real quickly, why does Hassan dislike Erdogan? What difference is there? They're like the worst, most belligerent member of NATO. They align more with like Arab states than they do with the West. Like, why does he dislike Erdogan? Soylu has referred to some protesters as LGBT deviants, and Erdogan said on Wednesday there was no such thing as LGBT. Excellent. Okay, so Hassan is anti-Erdogan, but he's just decided to roll with the idea that Turkey's failed coup was American because one like far-right dude in government said it, because it's like an Erdogan talking point. Is there any more like evidence to this? Maybe there is. I'd have to look into it.
Constitution from a parliamentary system to a presidential one. In the aftermath of that coup, there was martial law instituted. This happens all the time. And Americans don't want to listen to someone who's actually from a country like this, or don't want to listen to someone who even looks like them, sounds like them, loves.
Didn't Hassan just do a big rant shit-talking expats from countries like China or Iran? Wait, he literally just shit on diaspora. He literally just did that. How does anyone watch this? What the fuck? What, like, how can you possibly make these arguments back to back like this? They're diametrically opposed. They're opposites.
Loves America, lived in America for, 10 years plus. They don't want to listen to anybody. They just want to listen to whoever is going to tell them everything America is doing is actually good and righteous ultimately. They're trying their very best. I don't think I can get this across. At a fundamental level, I do not believe that America is interested in the Middle East with honest and good intention.
I mean, if the honest and good intent... The funny thing is that what America is doing right now in the Middle East is probably actually the most upfront and honest thing we've ever done, which is, we want to protect international maritime trade, so we're going to shoot you, which is what we're doing. That's true. I believe them. I think that's honest, yeah.
That's it. I don't believe that. And I think there's enough historical precedent that backs this sentiment. I don't think it's
Iraq
good.
War.
America's involvement in the Middle East has always been bad.
Everything is like the Iraq War. Everything. Iraq War. Did you know that in the Iraq War, George Bush lied? Everything. Iraq War. Boots on the ground. Forever War. World War III. Iraq War. Government lies. Iraq War. Everything is Iraq War. All wars are the Iraq War.
Almost every other country that's outside of the Middle East and its involvement in the Middle East has always been bad. Russia included, or if you want to consider Afghanistan to be another part of it, I guess. I loop Afghanistan into the conflict in the MENA region as well, even though, it's Asia. One of the things is, like, there's not a lot of actors in town. There's regional actors that you can go to. If you're not going to be with America, then you're going to work with someone who's against America. And the regional actors that are positioned against America, more often than not, are going to be like Iran or Russia or China. Does that make sense? You say America should not be happy.
Wait, no, it doesn't. And what Russian regional actors are we referring to exactly? Out of curiosity, what regional interests are we talking about, like, locally from Russia? Do you mean Ukraine? Because he just denounced Russia's involvement in the area. And if we're talking about foreign investment in the Middle East, America takes top gun with our support of Israel. So I don't even know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't even understand. I don't know, man. I feel like this isn't going to top him uncritically reading Houthi propaganda from a person whose Twitter account just 3 hours ago put out an, like, unambiguous JQ argument.
With their government wasting their tax money bombing the Middle East? Why do you dismiss the Yemeni chatter that doesn't want their Houthi government wasting their money bombing ships on the Strait? Beautiful question. Thank you very much. The Houthi government that you are talking about is utilizing resources that is getting from Iran for the most part, okay, on Red Sea commercial traffic that is happening in its backyard. America is using our tax dollars to go fuck those guys up 8,000 miles away.
What? Military spending is okay if it's close? What? The point of navies is that they can go far and trade is global. What does that even mean? It's international trade moves through the Red Sea. It's international waters. They're just as international for the Houthis as America. They're international waters. That's the point. Do you think navies just hug the coast of the country they're from? Vosh, are leftists real? I don't know. I don't know. Man, every time I don't watch Hassan for a month or two, I think, man, I should probably stop having so many, like, mental negative associations. He's probably not as bad as I think. And then I see anything he has to say on foreign policy, and immediately it's like, wait, hold on, wait, fuck. this guy is literally like a blight on the Western left. They all are. The main issue is that like it's not just Hassan, dude. It's like literally every leftist online. I'm not even joking. I feel like I might actually be, in terms of large content creators, the lone ship in the sea, so to speak here. I genuinely don't know. Like everyone else, including like squad members, is you know, is I have no idea. Fucking wild. Now I'm the Juan guy. Yeah. Jesus. Please don't go fucking insane like these people. I think the reason why I haven't gone insane like these people is because I have enough of a personality and like good enough takes and perspectives that I can sort of like project my identity and my analysis without relying on the same tired lefty tropes of like, you know, America bad or whatever. People say that I'm a good onboarding or intro to leftism sometimes, but I don't think I am, because that would imply that there's anything but me after this. But I genuinely think that if you look at most other so-called orthodox leftist content creators, their takes are more juvenile and insipid than mine ever are, even when I'm feeling particularly spicy that day. Like, you go to other content creators on the left and like, a lot of them, like, dude, listen to what we listen to. He's the biggest lefty streamer, dude. What the fuck? It literally is like America bad, America bad, America bad, America bad. Like, there's nothing beyond that, you know? Any argument from chat, he yells for 5 minutes, America bad. Like, that's it, you know? It's juvenile. It's like an unwillingness to critically engage with the complexities of the world, which is, by the way, again, what made Karl Marx special. You think Karl Marx was the first guy to come up with the idea that workers are mistreated? That idea goes back thousands of years. That's not new. There were fucking slaves in Egypt who were like, yeah, man, I think like we're getting like the rough end of the stick here, you know? Like, that's not fucking new. It's like intelligent, engaged, critical analysis that distinguishes like the leftist tradition from just, I don't know, campism or just like partisan bullshit, you know, whatever they end up falling into. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how this pans out, I guess. In international law, the high seas are considered a global common. No, dude. The international waters that are close to your country, it's okay for you to waste dollars attacking civilians there. But international waters elsewhere on the planet, that's not your shit, bro. Even though it's international waters, it's actually national to Yemen. Even though it says it's international, it's actually national, international. H Bomber Guy and Big Joel don't have any atrocious takes as far as I remember. In fairness, they don't do like day-by-day commentary on this kind of stuff. You know, they don't like tweet out their take on every like relevant issue. Yeah, I don't know. H Bomber Guy's Dark Souls takes are trash. I've watched that video and no, I think they're pretty good. Man, I don't fucking know. It's just kind of disappointing. It's very doomer. Again, I don't get any like enjoyment from the, you know, from being contrarian on this. It's just so much of the shit that I see from other people. It's just objectively wrong. They don't even know enough to like mount an argument to prove me wrong. I don't know. I think this is largely because sentiment around Palestine's really strong. Yeah, and a lot of people are like weaponizing that in an effort to attack Jews. Seriously, go on Twitter and look at the top trending posts involving Yemen, because there are a lot of people there who are unambiguously Nazis, and they're getting support from lefties too. A lot of horseshoe shit is happening right now. Which, by the way, is proving Israel right. You know, all you're doing, like when the left is so incapable of engaging with these subjects that they end up agreeing with Nazis on stuff related to Israel, even if the Nazis are being disingenuous, the like Zionist argument of them needing to have their own like fortress country, like becomes correct because they've proven they can't have allies elsewhere. Like it's so fucked, man. I am Turkish. Hassan talked shit about murdered 14-year-old Kurdish child by Turkish fascist cop while he was talking Turkish chatters. I'd have to see it to like believe it, but I would believe it, I guess. I don't know. Hassan will say, I have never in my life, not once, heard Hassan say any talking point that with regards to foreign policy that sounded opposite to America bad. Like I've never heard him able to articulate any argument that doesn't have that like that necessary aesthetic component. I'm sure he has, just, you know, as a matter of probability, he had to have done it at least some point. But like, man, holy shit. I think he gave Joe Biden props when he helped Lula in Brazil, if I recall correctly. Sure, but even then, that's because of Lula, right? Like that's not that still is like a, oh, okay, like Biden lucked into having a good take this time. It's not really like it's not a deviation from the aesthetic, you know, because it's always the aesthetic, everything aesthetic. Oh my God. Well, all right, we should probably cap this segment off. I feel like I've sort of vented my complaints, though it's not going to change anything. Like it's going to keep being as bad out there in terms of like people's takes. Fucking rough. Great segment. Yeah, I'm kind of pooped. God, doesn't help with how cold it is. I think it's like snowy outside. What's with all the essays? Yeah, today I'm also not getting the blue highlight when people at me in chat, so it's harder for me to see when people are adding me. Cat fan art cleanser? Oh my goodness! Oh my God, this is beautiful! Disco fish! I don't post art here very often, but I'm still looking anyway. Then shrug. I don't know who this Vosh guy is, but these cats in the stream is really cute. Look! Oh my goodness, this is so cute! They're all so identifiable too. I mean, like, they look like exactly themselves, you know? Pigeon looks so menacing. She often does. It's so cute. Thank you very much. I'm saving that for sure. Here, let me retweet a second. Good cats. Mewtwo possessing the shape of a chicken cat? Yeah. Pigeon's funny. Yes, ascended a few days ago. Bow of the Fifth Column is amazing too. Yeah, it's not really an invitation to, I guess, you know, like, oh, this person's good, that person's good. It's just like the discourse around this is so unbelievably cursed. It's very disappointing. I don't really know what the future for leftism in the West is supposed to be like if we genuinely can't overcome the like juvenile impulse to embrace campism at every level, you know, like analysis can never overcome America bad, a country that says they don't like America good, no matter what. Like that's always like so many steps have to be taken to overcome that, you know, like so many lefties were defending China while they were engaging in an unambiguous cultural genocide. Lefties will defend Iran or Russia, even as Russia is unambiguously a blood and soil fascist state engaging in land wars for territorial acquisition. And it feels like pulling teeth, wrenching people from these positions. Hassan was so dumb and so bad, so consistently on the Ukraine-Russia war that now like he gets insta-triggered by anyone bringing it up as if he didn't like do that and then like not really walk it back, you know? I don't know how, like, what the left is supposed to do in this environment. Like, shit like this, dude. Just randomly, 38K likes. As we praise South Africa, please don't forget Yemen also, which has been paying in blood and hunger to disrupt the genocide wheel and relieve Palestinians. A dozen of Yemenis were killed in the process by the U.S., and food aid for millions of Yemenis been cut off. The dozen of Yemenis they're referring to, That was when Operation Prosperity Guardian ships fired at a collection of boats that were trying to hijack a civilian vessel. They were pirates. But now no one who reads this knows, you know, like 750,000 views, you know, like, oh wow, dude, America's just killing random people, you know. It seems the right keeps winning despite their inherent stupidity because the actual progressive left always has to fight reactionary BS. Keep in mind, the campist effort, like the campist wing in the Western left, isn't some accident. It's a product of Soviet and following Russia and Chinese propaganda. The tendency for Western leftists to uncritically defend anything that even remotely aesthetically appears to be a leftist or anti-Western, like, political bulwark, that's like direct connections to institutional funding. Basically what I'm saying is that Russia and the Soviets are the worst things to have ever happened to leftism, and I'm not even joking, not even close to joking. Like the worst intellectual tendencies in the left are echoes of and not even echoes, because it's still happening. The Russian government still promotes nonstop, constant disinformation with an effort of to like sort of win over the sympathies of people who are critical of their government and are open to any propaganda that sounds like it's opening your mind to the other side of things, you know? China does the same thing, but a lot less aggressively, I feel. They're a lot less shameless about it. So like, and considering the fact the Soviet and Russian governments have both been fascist and the Chinese government is fascist, I'm going to invoke horseshoe theory and say that the right wing gets its talking points out because they're backed by far-right billionaires, and the campist elements of the left wing that makes us weak in infight is also a product of right-wing billionaire funding, or at least government funding. So I'm taking the horseshoe theory road on this. The only groups that have been consistently good, like regionally, tend to be anarchist groups. And that's why Western leftists don't like them. A lot of Western leftists don't like Rojava because, like Hassan, for example, because they're Kurds, and that means they're Western aligned, and they're not based in red pilled, like the fucking caliphate or whatever. Yeah, they say they're CIA. Yeah, anytime anything good happens, you know, that isn't, you know, explicitly opposed to American interests, it's the CIA. Yeah, the unorthodox monkey. Yes, same thing happened in Cuba. I thought anarchists were even more uninformed. Am I wrong? Anarchists are often very uninformed, and they tend to talk about and say stupid shit, but anarchists have better underlying principles. The underlying, like, ethical systems that guide the decision-making of anarchists tend to be a lot better, and they tend to be a lot more capable of reasoning, I feel. You know, people outside of that camp are just varying levels of, like, fascist sympathizer. I'm not joking. The kinds of lefties on Twitter who shit talk anarchists, like really shit talk them. Not saying like, oh, you know, anarchist bedtime discourse, whatever. I mean, like actually shit talk anarchists are almost always people who would have shot them in the back of the head in Spain or in Russia. How to change leftism image issues to normies? Fuck, man, I don't even know right now. Fucking, it's crazy how willing leftists are to throw away the W. Like, the leftists had such an unambiguously morally correct position on what's going on in the Gaza Strip. They had like such a strong, easy, clear, you know, line to follow. Polluted, of course, by people who defending Hamas, like, uncritically or whatever, but for the most part, a very morally clear line. But now it's going to be polluted with all this Yemeni discourse. If you want to solve the Middle East problems, the first step is to cut off the snake's head in Tehran. My perspective is the opposite. Another reason why people, like, I think it's really funny when people say that I'm, like, pro-Western hegemony or whatever, because I literally had a 2-day rant, like, a month ago. Not even a month ago. about how I think Iran should be the regional hegemon in the Middle East. You know, they have like an authentic, much more legitimate, culturally backed claim to regional power there, so we should just leave it to them. Yeah, that just happened. Like I was arguing with liberals in my chat. You know, I am the most contrarian fucking streamer, dude. Within 1 week, like saying that Iran should control the Middle East, over to uncritical support for America glassing the Houthis from our naval fortification. I feel like I'm doing this from a consistent ethical perspective, but I must acknowledge that for some of you, it must be whiplash, you know, like you're getting thrown around a little bit. Who knows what perspective I'm taking today? I think it's consistent. I stand by it. You admit that you're the most contrarian streamer. Well, I don't think I'm contrarian by design. I just think that other people are fucking stupid. Obviously, everyone thinks that about themselves. I just think that like the right road sometimes is more complicated. But people don't want to go down that road because of their fucking in groups. You know, it's all lunch table politics. Nobody else has these balls. Okay, like the idea of trying to like create a community or have a brand online or whatever. It's like, yeah, you're a leftist. Okay. Now let me weave this needle. I'm pro Iranian hegemony. I'm pro America glassing the Houthis. I'm pro lots of stuff to stop Israel to fucking from killing the Palestinians, like, people are getting whiplash, but it's a consistent set of ethics. But, a lot of people don't see that. They'll say that on one hand, I'm an anti-Semite because I don't support Zionists. And then on the other hand, I'm like a American hegemon, white supremacist, neo-Nazi genocider because I think it's okay for us to fire at the Houthis, even though the Nazis support the Houthis. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. That's who I am, Transcendental. My positions are clear. I am Iranian, dear friend, but I must tell you the Iranian government is the biggest supporter of terrorism in the Middle East, and the current Iranian government has come to power with the support of the U.S. because the Shah has been involved with the U.S. government over the price of oil. Huh? The current Iranian government has come to power because we supported the Shah, not because the U.S. government doesn't support the Ayatollah. We supported the Shah. But yeah, I know the Iranian government is the biggest supporter of terrorism in the Middle East. I say, leave it to them, It's like Afghanistan. How long are we going to stay there? The Taliban control Afghanistan. We can rage against that. Like, we spent 20 years sitting on our thumbs in Afghanistan, allying ourselves with child fuckers in the ANA. And what happens the nanosecond we leave? After all of that, the Taliban just immediately takes the country back. Clearly, like, our presence there was not the dub. We were not doing any favors to anyone there. We were not we weren't doing it, likewise, Iran has an authentic cultural weight on the Middle East that we simply do not. We don't. Obviously, we're the US. So no, I think that Iranian support is look, how about this? Maybe it would be more difficult for Iran to maintain its tenuous control on the population within its borders and outside of its borders in the form of Islamic terrorism if their one talking point, America bad, wasn't being constantly reinforced by America being bad. I wonder. You gonna cover the Dem primary debate? What primary debate? What? Primary debate? What primary debate? What? I don't even know what that is. Primary debate. Lefty with 300K followers saying this shit. Lefties are so cooked. Well, this guy's been retarded for a while. I think at one point he said something not retarded, and I replied to him in the affirmative, and he quote tweeted me saying like, ew, Vosh. There's usually a pretty strong line between people having bad opinions and people disliking me. The radical left wants you to think that the lives of millions of Palestinians are more important than a shipping lane. Just such a remarkable lack of understanding of the topic. I wonder if we're going to get any debates out of this. I don't even know what a debate would be. Like, I don't want to talk to Kyle Kalinske, man. I like being on good terms with at least one person. Hassan would never talk to me because he's a beta male, and is actually shorter than me and is too afraid to debate me because he knows that people would find out that I'm spiritually taller than him. Vosh, if Iran becomes the regional hegemon, Kurds, who have the most promising socialist project in the world, are fucked. Iran is attacking Rojava right now and was massacring Kurds by the hundreds in the streets in its borders last year. Well, not just Iran, right? Turkey as well. It's hardly just Iran there. But yeah, like, I'm sorry. I think there are things we can do to support Rojava, but if our interminable presence in the Middle East is just like gonna perpetuate this eternal wedge that allows Iran to continue maintaining its proxy support in the region, like, I don't know. There has to be a better solution than that. At the very least, we have to like normalize diplomatic relations with Iran. Dem primary debate. Moderated by Dan Abrams. Some fiery moments, great discussion between myself, Mariam Williamson, and Representative Dean Phillips. And this is from Cenk Uygur. Ah, I see, Benjamin. So you're being annoying. I don't care. Yes? Oh, okay. He admitted. How would you respond to people saying this is the exact reason Mirshimmer supports Russia because it's their region of influence and you shouldn't bother preventing their natural takeover? Because I'm not talking about allowing Iran to invade a bunch of countries. I'm saying that our constant meddling in the Middle East is causing these issues. We aren't meddling in Ukraine. Ukraine authentically, of its own legitimacy and desire, moved over towards the EU after ousting Yanukovych. And Russia invaded like spitefully afterwards. Like the situation is different. The comparable example would be if Ukraine and a bunch of other like former Soviet countries had like a fuck ton of like regional militias that were fighting proxy wars against us, and we like invaded some of their countries to like tenuously maintain control, but it seems like nothing we do makes any difference, and all the countries actually like Russia more. But that's not what's happening, not even close. The situation in the Middle East is pretty exceptional. But the desire of Gulf states to ally with the U.S. is illegitimate. The Gulf states don't give a fuck. The Gulf states just want oil. We buy oil. You know, that's the Gulf state. I don't give a fuck about the Gulf states, frankly. If they burned, it would probably be for the betterment of the world, honestly. Fucking Saudi Arabia. I don't give a shit. You know, whatever. Saudi Arabia can defend itself against Iran. I don't give a fuck. They're just money. They're just businessmen, you know? It's like, I don't give a shit. Not even real places. They're fake. So your solution is fucking Rojava over? This is what people said about Afghanistan. They're going to get genocide in Rojava if Iran gets their way, and they are already being culturally genocide in Iran. It's illegal to speak and teach Kurdish or even wear Kurdish clothes there. So K. Harmad Robin Hood, come up with a better solution then. If you have, like, are you seriously suggesting we should maintain boots on the ground American military presence in a region of the world where literally every single group there fucking despises us, purely to protect a small, burgeoning, socialist governmental project taking place in eastern Syria, a territory that is not being legally claimed and is still in like a constant embroiled state of civil war? That's something you want to commit like indefinite military support to? Yes. Have you considered that our indefinite presence in the region might contribute to more negative long-term trends? Maybe. Honestly, yes, Vosh. This is what caused the problems in the first place. The Middle East gets intervened in. The West overcommits because the only way to defend our intervention that is retaliated against with like other neighboring like regional hegemonic powers is to like commit more forces. So people get madder. So we commit more forces. So people get madder. We have to do a couple of invasions. We got like this is not a sustainable long-term project. I really don't think the solution to peace in the Middle East is like we need to set up military fortifications in fucking eastern Syria, you know? Um, breaking the cycle is key. Yeah. Now the real question is there a way to break the cycle in a way that doesn't involve that? Is there something that could be done to protect Rojava in a way that doesn't like create or exacerbate those problems? And it might be possible, but right now you guys in chat are buying into the worst, most illegitimate argument. You guys are essentially saying like, no, the only thing we can do to protect Rojavans is with a nonstop permanent military occupation for some random fucking group of socialists in the Middle East, in spite of every other group there hating us for it, thus worsening relations with the rest of the Middle East. What if it's possible that some kind of like detente and diplomatic engagement could allow us to like engage with Iran on better terms and keep them from doing that kind of stuff? I don't know, man. We haven't really given peace a chance, unironically. Yeah, but Arska Karva, like the Sunni Shia split hasn't kept Iran from being the major backer of terrorism in the region. You have like the Arab nationalist angle. I really think that right now we've just given so much ammunition to countries whose main political prescription is America bad by actually being bad? Before the Iranian Revolution, the Middle East was at greater peace than it was now because the Shah was involved with the U.S. government. Well, but then the U.S. government decided to support the Ayatollah. Mohammed Ali Amiri, I don't know what you're going on about, but the United States and the Ayatollah have not historically been on good trends. We supported the Shah, then there was a revolution because the Shah was a corrupt and ineffectual leader. And of the many revolutionary groups in Iran, the ones that took power were the Iranian, or sorry, not the Iranian, the Islamic extremists. Um, like the Middle East was at greater peace because we had our boot on its neck in a lot of those places. Like peace in this case, meaning that we had to, like we were, essentially sort of pressing it to the ground. They're comparing Ahmadinejad to Khamenei, the former being more hostile to the U.S. Oh yeah, well we should. We should be more diplomatic with Iran. What's the other solution, right? Like just be enemies with them forever? Like no, yeah, of course. We want diplomacy with Iran for sure, for sure. Rojava's been begging the U.S. to do two simple things for years, which is get Turkey to stop bombing them. Yeah, that would be nice. And help them deal with ISIS POWs and transfer ISIS foreign fighters to their home countries. That's all they're asking for. Well, sure, I agree with getting Turkey off their back. Yeah, 100%. And the business with ISIS. Sure. People need to understand that real life doesn't have a global domination victory. Diplomacy really is the only way forward. I just like, do people not like you guys all saw what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan, right? 20 years in Afghanistan. What happened? Nothing changed. The nanosecond we left, the Taliban took back over. Iraq, we made like a puppet government. We made them our ally, and then the moment we leave and like reduce our influence, Iraq starts siding more with Iran because of like shared Shia influence or whatever. And because they're a regional hegemon. Like, wow, we spent like 50 trillion, bajillion, quadrillion fucking dollars, and it did nothing. All we got from it was like PTSD, a bunch of war crimes, and a bunch of money spent. Like, maybe this isn't a good solution, a little bit, maybe? Possibly, thinking, perhaps? The most significant positive thing that came about in the Middle East in the past decade was the Iranian nuclear accords, and Trump killed it. We had like a potential. There was potential there. Um, yeah, not for the whole Middle East, Arskarva. I'm just saying that like a lot of what we see as Iranian-backed insurgency really is just evidence that like there should be more legitimate control there. Like that would be the direction things would take anyway. In our absence, we're clearly like swimming against the tide here. Well, I'm in favor of the U.S. stopping Turkey, to be clear. I fucking hate Turkey. I hate Erdogan. So yeah, I'm totally fine with that. All right, I think the point has been made. As an Iranian, it definitely doesn't feel safe giving more regional power and legitimacy to Iran. I mean, but like we are doing that by being there. That's my point. Like our presence there is causing Iran, like Iran's arguments remain legitimate the more and more we intervene, you know? Again, it's more nuance. Well, that's always the case, right? All right, all right. To be honest, this subject has exhausted me. Also, it's been going on for 3 hours and 20. I think I'm just going to read donations and call it. We can, what day is it today? Friday? It's Friday today. Wonder if I can fit in time to stream tomorrow. Boo, do politics? Yeah, sorry, I didn't have any time for politics there. My apologies. We're going to do Israel trial tomorrow. There's so much to cover. Iran doesn't have any cultural influence west of its borders besides isolated Shiite communities. I don't think that's true. Okay, whatever. Totally off topic. Argentina passed Venezuela on inflation, projected 200% for 2024. God damn. That's pretty impressive. How would you fix Argentina? Well, probably replace the leadership to begin with. All right. Let me pull up the YouTube thing since this is a more reliable way of seeing the super chats. Super chats. Super chats. Super chats. It is so fucking cold right now. Ba 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 bum bum ba bum bum. Ba 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 bum bum ba bum bum. Which button? I can never remember where it is. Okay, it's not that. It's earn supers. There it is. Doesn't even show what date it's from. There we go. Okay, found it. Nice. We did it. Half the chat is easily understanding the topic, and the other half is heavily stopping themselves from calling all Middle Easterners savages. The temptation, because, and this is actually like a Western chauvinist impulse, is to believe that we can bring democracy abroad. In reality, democracy is a set of, in addition to government policies, civic tendencies that have to emerge from desires the population has. A population that is constantly under threat of starvation, war, whatever else, they tend not to care as much about democracy. First of all, there's a lot of infrastructure democracy needs. And second of all, democracy tends to be rhetorically weak. The strongest arguments, especially for desperate people, tend to come from strongmen, whether they be, secular or religious. Religious strongmen, a pretty common trend in the Middle East. You know, Assad being a secular version, but that's the, I guess, a sort of like a default position that a lot take to. Now, generally speaking, areas of the world that are more stable are more democratic. Here's a good example. Iran actually has a pretty robust civic democracy. Iran is not a democracy, but there are a lot of people in Iran who want a democracy. If Iran had a kind of like internal revolt, if people were killed, or if there was a restructuring, or some people were sent upstate, to go live out the rest of their lives on a farm, I think that Iran could actually move into a pretty functional democracy. I think the people of Iran want democracy, not a warlord. I think the people in some other countries like Afghanistan, to an extent Iraq, because Iraq's democracy was one we kind of had to build up with chewing gum and playing cards. Yemen, a lot of other countries in the region. There are regional issues which in a material sense predispose people towards non-democratic solutions to their problems. Sometimes it's foreign influence. In fact, often it is, with the authoritarian wing being backed financially. Sometimes it's because the civil infrastructure just doesn't exist. Sometimes it's because the people don't want it. Us arrogant Westerners often forget this, but the desire to live in a democracy is a very recent tendency. For most of human history, your main concern was, am I going to get food on the table tonight? Like, will I be able to earn the coin that I need to provide for myself and my children? Will I be able to live a nice life in a little hut? And whether or not you get to participate in some big process where millions of people vote and a leader is chosen, it's relatively abstract. The more complicated society gets, the less abstract it gets. In a relatively modern, complicated society like Iran, democracy is comprehensible because it relates to all of the numerous ways in which somebody interacts with society. But if you live in a rural village in Afghanistan, how much does democracy mean to you? Really think about it. You're talking about people who literally herd goats, okay? And then you come over to them and you say, hey, we've got this experimental new process where you get to be involved in the election of people you've never heard of in a place that you've never been to, and they'll be able to enforce policies that don't affect you. How much do you think they care? Realistically and historically, not quite as much, because it's abstract. Society is abstract. When you're out in the sticks, when you're less developed. This is, by the way, why suburbs are anti-democratic. Suburbs, and I would say a larger extent, rural communities, make people forget what society can do for them because they all lived in little moated castles of their own. It's meant to insulate them from society, so they forget what society can do for a person. So they live austere individualists, much to the detriment of other people and themselves, by the way, in the long run, as society rots out from the core. So the desire that a lot of you Western chauvinists have is to make the Middle East a democracy. Well, we couldn't. We couldn't really do it with Iraq. And by the way, with Afghanistan, look at what our efforts did. All we did was prop up a bunch of, pseudo-organized militaristic pedophiles who all fell apart or ran the moment we left. The Taliban swarmed in once we weren't protecting them. What could we have done to build a democracy in Afghanistan? My answer is this: nothing. There was not a single thing on God's earth we could have done. Not a single fucking thing we could have done. Magic? But magic's not real. The only thing that can make Afghanistan a democracy is this: they have to be controlled by the Taliban or by another similar group. It has to be them. An insurgency with local power and local influence. And the people of Afghanistan have to suffer. They have to suffer material conditions which will allow their nation to develop in a way that makes them more amicable towards democratic reform. But they're a while away from that. I know that really sucks, by the way. I know that's mean, but I also legitimately think it's the actual only thing that can be done. Now, their suffering can be alleviated. I have recommendations. Treat the Taliban like the legitimate government of Afghanistan. Try to incorporate them into international efforts to provide aid, humanitarian aid, economic investment. Treat them like a regular government, because they are, that's what they are. The nicer things get in Afghanistan, the more money and resources people there have, the more likely material conditions are to develop in a way that allows them to develop the civil society that democracy requires. This is basic Marx, by the way. You know? That's why sanctioning tends to be bad. All sanctioning does is prolong these conditions by keeping these countries in a state of deprivation, prolonging the idea that a warlord or a dictator is necessary because they are, they're the only one who can fight back against the tyrannical West for sanctioning them. It just doesn't tend to work. It further isolates countries. But I'll tell you, as Afghanistan gets more developed, wealthier, gets more investment, more legitimate international trade, you start to see a continuance of the process that's already happening. What's been happening to those Taliban insurgents? Haven't we seen articles on them? On stream? These guys used to live in caves in the mountains, taking pot shots at ANA soldiers. What are they doing now? They're in Kabul, doing paperwork. Because it turns out that there's a pretty big difference between taking a country and running it. Now these Taliban insurgents who are being radicalized by the military circumstances of their jobs, the conditions were keeping them fierce like lions. But now they're office workers. Do you understand how this shift actually moves Afghanistan in a positive direction? Now, the Taliban are monstrous, and the way they're treating the people of Afghanistan, especially the women, very, very, very bad. But if you believe this is the only road that a country can go to meaningfully develop in a positive way, the goal then is to facilitate these transitions in a way that makes that negative treatment of women less and less desirable. Even noted shithole Saudi Arabia has lightened up on its anti-woman laws. Saudi Arabia has had to dial back on a lot of stuff to accommodate the enormous amount of tourism and mutual international investment they get. Because, as it turns out, it's kind of difficult to be a hub of global trade and a tourist center when women are subjected to, like, incredibly punitive second-class citizenship. There's more you have to put up with. Now, I don't think that Saudi Arabia is, like, a great example of how positive change can happen or fucking whatever. I'm just saying that engagement with the rest of the world is a good way to keep those countries from remaining their worst selves. Does that make sense? Like, we all understand, right? This is very basic material condition stuff. We can't impose democracy. What we can do is identify the conditions that will increase the likelihood of a civil society being developed, and we can do our best to facilitate that positively. Now, with Saudi Arabia, for example, there are lots of things we're doing to actually worsen the conditions over there, because we aren't just engaging with Saudi Arabia in the international community. We are full-on allies with and defenders of their feudal regime. So in a lot of cases, this is a kind of foreign engagement that is not hastening their transition to democracy. We're doing the opposite. We're forestalling it by backing the House of Saud and protecting them. This is like a petrostate thing, you know. But on a basic level, I think international engagement, investment, care, diplomacy, these things do tend to hasten a country's movement in a good direction. Copium. Really, Renny-kun? That's... Doesn't the solution also apply to Palestine and Hamas? No? No, it has nothing to do, no relationship. If it didn't work in making China more democratic, it did? Do you know what China was like in the 70s before, like, the Dengist reforms? Do you have any idea what, like, okay, prior to them, like, properly opening up to the world, you know, trade with Nixon, blah, blah, Dengist reforms, like, global trade, China was a lot worse in a lot of ways. Yeah, them trying to become like a hub of global trade and engagement has definitely led to them being, you know, in some ways a little, slightly less bad. China under Xi is a lot worse now, though. Yeah, I'm not saying that countries that trade with other countries can't become fascist. I'm just saying that generally speaking, I think there's a positive trend here, you know? I feel like chat is going, like, right now, all you guys are going to do is, like, try to find a counterexample, and then I, like, explain it, and I'm going to do that, like, 50 times or whatever. If anyone disagrees with what I have to say, then fine, go invade Iraq again. Go have fun, whatever. Like, my arguments, right, the fact that I'm right is written in history now, okay? We tried this. We've tried this multiple times. We tried to do this with the Shah back in Iran. We've tried this in Afghanistan. The Soviets tried it in Afghanistan. We tried it in Iraq. Like, every time and time again, material conditions, folks. Democracy isn't something you just impose on a country. Democracy is something that has to develop. It has to blossom from a set of conditions that exist prior. You have to build to it, much as you have to build to socialism. You can't just make socialism happen. You have to build to socialism. It happened in Rojava. What are you even arguing against? What, Renny-kun, you were the person who said copium. You're not engaging with me. Fairly. You don't need to bring democracy to Rojava. Goddamn, they have democracy, for fuck's sake. Vosh called. I'm not talking about Rojava. I'm talking about the broader way in which you stabilize the Middle East. That's what I'm talking about here. I'm not just talking about, like, having a little pocket of socialist Kurds. I'm talking about stability in the Middle East, you know? And if you want stability in the Middle East, you need interconnected, diplomatically engaged democracies. Or at the very least, you know, you need robust civil societies that want peace from their governments. You want people to have enough. Hey, quick question, by the way. Why do you think Iran relies on funneling resources to militia groups and doesn't use its military directly? It's not just because they don't want direct conflict, because there are plenty of ways the Iranian military could flex its power in the region without, like, invoking an invasion of Iran, right? A lot of it is also because the people of Iran don't want war. The people of Iran don't want to see their children die in conflict. They don't want to see them, you know, their corpses on news reports. They don't want to feel as though their economy is being committed to, you know, the war effort. The people of Iran are stable and prosperous enough that they want peace. They want to develop peace. They want that process. You know? We need populations in the Middle East that are themselves capable of this. Chat's bipolar today. Yeah, yes, the military is largely used as a tool of social control, no truce. But I also don't think the Iranian people have an appetite for that conflict. Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, I feel like I should ban anyone who mentions the Kurds. At no point have I been talking about the Kurds. Why do people keep acting like what I'm talking about is the Kurds? I've been very clearly talking about Iraq and Afghanistan. Why do you like, you keep doing that? It was just correct in the previous chat. I was like, everyone said, like, I know the Rojava is a democracy. You all know I'm pro Rojava. Why are people acting as though I don't feel that way? You know? I agree with you on trying diplomacy, but what do we do when diplomacy fails, like it arguably did with Russia and China? Sorry, but a huge part of that is on us, okay? America, mostly American conservatives, have been posturing antagonism with China for decades now. Like, America, literally, like, America has been doing the whole, like, China, our great enemy. Like, totally fucking unnecessary, but conservatives have used them as a great threat across the sea. In the absence of the Soviet Union, conservatives needed another big enemy to fearmonger over with economic development. So we exacerbated that massively. And with Russia, we literally, like, won the Cold War and then raped them with the fucking shock therapy economic bullshit. And like, we did so many things wrong with Russian diplomacy on so many levels, you know? Like a lot of this is on us. We didn't do diplomacy, and a lot of that is because America is fucking arrogant and chauvinist. We did the same thing with Russia and China that we did with Iraq and Afghanistan. We were arrogant. We assumed that we ruled the world, which I suppose we do, but we don't rule all of it. And as a consequence of that, we can do whatever we want, and we can like treat them as our playthings and not expect consequences down the line. It's sickening. Police, it started with Trump before the Great Orange complaining about China was outside the Overton window. Is this a bit? The Great Orange? No, conservatives have been complaining about China for decades. Eh. I'm not going to lie, this stream has tired me immensely. I have a pretty high tolerance for arguing with people, obviously. But man, it's a combination of mostly a minority of people in chat, but moreover, I think just the feeling that this is going to be another, like, the entire left for years now is going to have another retarded fucking argument. It's not just today or tomorrow. Like, for years now, this is going to be added to the list of things that leftists get up in arms about and are just completely fucking wrong about, you know? Like, even on Ukraine, a lot of them, like, sided over, but with this, there are fucking justice Dems, hardly communists, that are doing the, you know, the same thing, you know? Man, I don't know. I'm going to spend, like, the next 5 years defending these talking points, even though all I've had to do to defend them is say, hey, look, the Houthis are obviously lying. They're just randomly attacking civilians. Protecting international maritime trade is of international interest, and the whole world sides with this. Like, it's so straightforward, but, like, whatever, you know? Oh my god. Yeah, I think I'm gonna read the donations tomorrow, or if I don't stream tomorrow, the day after. The talking points will still be relevant and at the top of our minds because we know this isn't going anywhere. I mean, there are probably going to be even more strikes from Operation Prosperity Guardian that we're going to hear about, you know, what they're attacking, how many people died, blah, 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 whatever, you know. I mean, I'll engage with this further in the in the near future. In the meantime, like, man, holy shit. I just can't use Twitter for a while, man. I saw Antigonos. All right, well, I'm sure my mood will perk up after I have a nice big meal. Also, it's very cold. It's like 12 degrees right now or something, so that probably contributes to it. You know, my body hasn't acclimated to these temperatures, but all donations are kept. They'll all be read, of course. I apologize for the delays. It's not that I don't love you, folks. It's just I'm a sleepy boy, and my job is so hard. No one's ever worked as hard as me, you know? 4 hours in a stream? Not much of a precedent to that as workloads go. Who do I host? Hasanabi. Let me see if anyone's streaming on YouTube. Are there any viable hosts at the moment? The H3 podcast is streaming at the moment. What are they talking about? Ace family divorce. Okay. Nothing involving politics. Well, shit. I don't think there's anyone I can throw you guys to be honest with you. I'm not raiding Hassan. No raid. I say to my chat what Operation Prosperity Guardian says to the Houthis, okay? No raids. No raid. Nope. Dharamgari is a cool trans people. Oh, Dara.
Okay.
Yeah, Dara's cool. Never mind, we're doing a raid. We are, in order to protest the brutal treatment of the Palestinians, we are engaging in counter-maritime activity in the form of raiding Dara Mgaria, who seems to be using a mortar and pestle to grind up some kind of herb or spice. Stir-fried pork. Oh, it's a cooking channel. Cooking's cool. Go have fun. Watch some. Learn how to cook. You fucking retards. You guys can't even cook. You stupid. What are you not even being able to cook? You goddamn, you wackos. You goddamn jabronis. Get on over there. All right. I'll show you. They'll show you. You know.